Oh, there we go. Small difficulties here. Tough to get a live stream going sometime. But we are live. Doing it live. Sunday, March 10th, 2024. Raid Madness is alive and well. We've got the Armand's Fusion going on. We've got the HH Free-to-Play Challenge for 2024 going on. I've got a baby coming. It is busy, busy time. It's fun, though. But I missed you guys. We need to hang out. We need to hang out. So, hoping that, hoping we get a crowd in here today. Be fun to see everybody. Let me just get my screen set up the way. I know it's going to be shifting in the background a little bit here. It's going to be like doing weird things. I'm just getting it set up so I can see chat all the time. Here we go. Hawk Gaming, Burso, Captain Volcano, Mark, Bevril, Booger, Pavel, Caveman. Good to see everybody. Sun isn't here yet. I don't know where he is exactly. He'll be here shortly, I'm sure. Mark, you are very welcome. I'm glad that you are appreciating the videos. We try to put a lot of thought and hard work into them. And it's always gratifying to hear that they're helping people. So thank you. Captain Volcano, hi, how are you today? I'm a little, I don't know. I don't feel great. I don't feel perfect. I hope I'm not coming down with another cold. I just got over COVID like less than a month ago. So, yeah, got a little bit of a tickle in my throat. I'm just hoping it's maybe, lack of sleep. So here's the big thing. If you're not in the US, I don't know, not everybody does this, but we change our clocks once a year. Like we move it back an hour and then we move it forward an hour. So in the spring, we move it forward an hour. And the whole idea is to like get more daylight. It's disruptive, and Congress actually passed a law to get rid of like the daylight savings, like the moving the clock. And it looked like it was going to happen, and then it got put on hold. And so I don't know if it's going to happen. I hope it happens next year. I hate this thing. I hate when they switch the clocks on us. So just so you know, yesterday, raid server reset was at 7 p.m. for me. Tonight, it will be at 8 p.m. So that's changed things. And that's changed things in terms of like our streaming time, right? So this is probably this is the correct time for everybody who's not in the United States, I think, or who didn't change their clock. But we're going to be swapping the times. So it's going to be moving. It'll be an hour earlier, I guess. It'll be an hour earlier in the weeks to come. So, Booger, you think it's the weather change? It's got me feeling a little bit. It could be. It's very rainy here. It has been for the last couple of days. But honestly, I think it's it's more than that. I think it's just a combination of a lack of sleep, and then maybe the weather change. Ooh. Hey, Sauce. Good to see you. All right, so this is the HH Challenge account. We're here today. Probably won't get onto my main. Maybe we'll tickle the main a little bit. That sounded dirty. I didn't mean it like that. Maybe we'll pop over to the main for a little bit. So I'm not going for the fusion on this account. That was more of a mental health choice than anything else. I knew after the last fusion that I could save shards and potentially go for this fusion. We're only going to have about 2 weeks left after the fusion ends for the challenge. Maybe a little bit more, maybe like 2.5 weeks. And that's not an insignificant amount of time. You can make a lot of ground in 2.5 weeks. So it would have benefited my account to get this guy. But here's the thing. I wouldn't have had the resources to build him out, right? I could have made him 6 stars, but he would have had no books. I would have had to buy masteries. So instead of focusing on the fusion for these 2 weeks, I'm going to focus on building out my roster and getting my account into a really healthy place the way I normally would on a free-to-play account. Normally, I ignore the first few fusion. So, hey, Swam, good to see you. We got a "that's what she said" joke in the chat. That's always classic. Alex, I have the Takeover Tuesday, by the way. I don't know what you mean by the way. Takeover Tuesdays, that's the big stream. That's the stream everybody wants to see. Sunday is the chill stream, where you're just kind of hanging out and having fun. Still playing Raid on my phone. Got to be doing the Ice Golem today. James Morton, yes, Plarium is seriously trying to get you to spend cash. Not just today, but every day, right? But yeah, especially during this anniversary. Mario, yeah, I remember. You completed Faction Wars. That's awesome. Oh, my thumbnail's wrong. Gotcha. You're right, it is. You're right, it is. Let me change that. I can change that. Whoops. I changed the other stuff. There we go. It should be changed now. UDK, Tundra, Arbiter, Rhonda, and Silver 1. It's impossible for my team. Yeah, sometimes that's the way it works. Silver is full of teams that have powerful champions. Usually they're not synergized super well. But they are powerful and they can be tough to get through. Wentworth, hey, you pulled 3 Legos this morning. Nice. Congrats. All right, Alex. Happy to have you here on your lunch break. All right, so let me walk you guys through the account. Actually, let me get a little bit of energy going here. So I am leveling up my Master Butcher to 4 stars. You know, trying to get him to 40. Because I'm stuck on Bommel again in the Doom Tower. I'm stuck on the second Bommel. And I think I have the team to push all the way up to the 3rd Bommel. So I might even take him to 5 stars if I have to. I don't want to do that because I think that's a waste of a 5-star for this account, but that's why I'm running him here in campaign. So if you go over to Doom Tower, on normal, I am on floor 90. So I think that's the last Bommel for normal. But then Bommel is floor 10 on hard. So I don't know that he'll get me through floor 10 on hard, but I'm hoping that he can help me get through floor 90 because the team that I've been running here, I've tried a couple of different teams. But the team I've primarily been running is this. You can't use Deacon's turn meter, but you can use his drop defense and his leech. He isn't really landing the leech at a high rate. I did just improve his accuracy a little bit by like 30 or something, so it might be high enough now. I think he's got about 300 accuracy, which I thought honestly that 250 or whatever I was running him at, 260 would have been enough, but you know, the downside here is Athel being weak affinity, so she dies. I've also tried it with this. I've tried that. I've also tried it with this. And I've been thinking about this. Like, this actually feels pretty good because Selenia is very survivable. She's got a 3-star blessing. The thing is, right now she's only 40. and I don't have her geared. And I like finding gear for her can be a little bit tricky because if she doesn't have the accuracy, there's no point, right? Whereas Mordecai is already built in really good gear, and he's fast and accurate and speed tuned and all that. So, my thought is to take Mordecai up to 60. That's sort of the next thing. There's an arena era that your bronze 2 account jumped to gold 5. That's a very weird era I've never heard of. Hawk Gaming, I use Artak, Sun Wukong, Sill of the Drakes, and Mountain King. For what? Oh, for your arena team. Gotcha. Yeah, Swambi. So this is something that if you look at, let me see if I can pull this up. All right, so if you pull up the calendar here in Plarium Play, and you scroll over to, let's see, there's so many events going on. I think it's not up here, right? Hero's Path. So Hero's Path here, the only thing that's listed as a reward is Champion Fragment. So this is making a lot of people think that there's going to be a champion as a guaranteed reward here. And a lot of people think it's the St. Patrick's Day champion, which would make sense, right? Because it starts on the 18th. I guess, St. Patrick's Day is the 17th. But so the champion potentially would hit the game on the 17th, and then this could be a guaranteed champion. It is a summon, like a shard summoning event. So that makes me think that you're probably right. But I don't know for sure. If it were a soul, it would probably say a soul. If it were something else, they haven't had a hero's path without a soul or a champion in several months, right? They used to do hero's paths, and it was just like soul stones and books and stuff. But now it feels like they've used this as an extra way to entice people to buy shards and go for champions and souls. So I expect, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to save as many of my sacred shards as I could. I was really hoping to save like 10. I only got to save 4 of them. But I do have 40 void shards already saved. So we'll see if I have enough shards to complete this Heroes Path event. I don't know. I'm not here on the HH Challenge account. I mean on my main. Now, there's another thing that people have been talking about, which is skipping over the Summon Rush or the Champion Chase and just holding their shards for Heroes Path, right? Because there are also going to be 50 shards for the Epic Champions. So if you're going all in on the Heroes Path event, you can actually potentially skip 2 of the other events, right? Because there's 50 shards there, and each event is 25 shards. Now, I pulled on the Progressive Chance event and the Summon Rush event because I wanted Duchess. That's why I pulled. I have the Champion Chase covered. It may be another situation where I don't actually do the Champion Chase. The one thing is the Champion Chase will be over before the Hero's Path starts. So chances are, if I'm going to skip anything, it's going to be this last artifact enhancement and maybe this Dungeon Divers. Now the Dungeon Divers I might complete anyway because there's a Spider tournament. So I'm at least going to complete the Spider tournament. And then the Dungeon Divers will be close to half over, and I might just complete the Spider tournament because there's really good silver there. But I can make a lot of silver there and save a lot of silver by not doing the last artifact enhancement. We'll have to see. And remember that any extra fragments that you end up with now aren't completely useless, right? You can turn them into chests that you pull for High Mother Maud in the portal. So I don't mind having 25 extra fragments. That's not a bad thing. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks. Yeah, so what I was saying is my lighting is really bad. I don't know what's going on. I have moved my office to a different room, but I have the same lighting setup. But let me just get more light on my face. A little bit better. What I was saying about the YST thing, one-shotting Bommel, holding the A2 on Rathalos for the 5th ability, so you have the full ignore defense with the extra, all the extra damage. I tried it. It's a good strategy. Of course, you should do it. The problem is that mine doesn't hit that hard. Like, my Rathalos doesn't hit that hard. He's built okay, but he's still in lifesteal gear. You can see his crit damage is only 170. You know, so if you had him in Savage and Cruel and you had his crit damage up to like 240 or something, you're going to hit a lot harder. You don't actually need Savage necessarily on this guy because he's already ignoring defense. So you could have him instead, say, in like, you know, like crit damage gear, I guess. You know, maybe. Obviously, you could put him in Rathalos gear, right? Slayer gear. It might even be worth putting him into Swift Parry. That could work. Especially if you're running him in Arena. I did. So one of the things that's going on this account is, if you haven't been checking the leaderboard stats, is I've gotten into hard mode Dragon. So I've been farming stage 4 of hard mode Dragon for the entire Dragon tournament. And that's all just due to Archer being the badass. I mean, the team is good. The team is good. I'll show you the team. We'll just run one for fun. So I've got Deacon for the drop defense. You know, you've got Mordecai for helping to clear the waves with the HP burn to activate Rathalos. He usually dies. Melga usually brings them back. Melga and Archer are there for sustain, but Archer just handles the waves so well. You know, she's got just enough accuracy to get some stuns on and some slows and some provokes. She needs more accuracy. I need to get her into perception gear. I'm still trying to do that. But yeah, so this is kind of a nice setup. It's also, if you look at this, I don't have any weak affinity, right? I have 3 strong affinity champs and 2 neutral affinity champs. So I pulled my Athol and my Apothecary out. Like, I didn't run them in this affinity, and it works great. It's not 100%. I would say, I think I failed it 3 times now in about like 60 or 70 runs. So I think it's about a 95% clear chance. The issue is if Melga dies, it's over. But it comes down to just like luck of the draw on the boss's big hits. You know, do we get stunned? Where's the turn meter and stuff like that? Now, I've sped Deacon up about 25 speed since yesterday, and I haven't run him in here since I sped him up. So I don't know if that's going to affect the outcome. Sometimes speeding up a champion can actually make things worse. So we'll have to see. Hey, Ty. Good to see you, Steve. Charles. Tenang. Franklin. Crash. I assume you can all hear me now. Zombie, you can confident you can complete your first hero's path. I hope you can. Hawk, I don't know what that means, man. The bank says I can't afford a $1,200 per month, so I pay $3,000 per month in rent. Icky Ray, my plan is to do everything as cheaply as possible, and maybe I get to skip Dungeon Divers 3 and Artifact Enhancement 3. Yeah, that would be nice. Oh, that's true. I should remind everybody. Smash that like button. Thank you, Charles. Cedric, good to see you. Denise, hey. You are jealous of my Archer as well. You should be. Yeah, I feel guilty. I feel guilty about my Archer on this challenge account. I'm doing quite well in the HH challenge right now. this last 2 weeks, I've been moving up ever since I recovered from COVID. So it's not like it's all dependent on Archer. But since I've gotten Archer, I've just leapt ahead. And I was thinking about that this morning, and one of the things that this HH challenge has really brought to the forefront for me, like the concept that it's illustrating really clearly, is that while it's RNG will have an effect on your account. Like the champions that you pull have an effect on your account. You need to pull some good champions. But what this experience has taught me is that almost every account gets good champions. You know, and the champions that you get just dictate the compositions that you need to make progress. So, you know, if you get really lucky, you get incredibly lucky and you pull a Duchess early on, or a Bad Alcazar, or an Archer, or obviously you can't do that anymore. But, you know, if you get one of these early game, just everywhere carries, and you know, there are 20 of them or 30 of them or 50 of them, you know, between the epics and legendary rarities. If you get one of those champions and you build a roster effectively around it, you can really do well. You don't need specific champions. You just building a good free-to-play roster is about filling roles, right? So you can get unlucky and get like 20 supports and no damage dealers, or 20 damage dealers and no supports. Like that happens. But in a lot of cases, you just need to find a mix that works for you. And so here we go. You know, it's a 4-minute clear. You can see the best is 3 minutes. Pretty reliable. I mean, how many days are we in? Going to be day 60. So this is day 59, and I probably cleared it on day, I want to say 56 or 57. So in less than 60 days, I'm clearing Dragon 4 hard mode, you know, which is kind of crazy. Taurus says sup. Okay, sup. Hi, Denise. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people pulled for Archer. I was able to get her on my main end here. I didn't get her through a shard here. I got her through the champion training tournament, which honestly was a shock. Absolute shock that I was even, like, I could even do that. I got super lucky with my bracket. Nobody went over 10,000 except for me. Yeah, Sauce, and that's what can happen, right? You got Sify early on, and so you didn't really have to make legitimate comps because she's so strong and she carries you everywhere. And that can happen. You know, I think about my account, and early on, I got, this is several years ago, but I got Tyrell, Seeker, Padma, and Maneater. I think those were like 4 of the first epics I built. I'm not sure if there was somebody else in that mix. I think those were the first 4 epics I built. My only legendaries were Yannicka, and this is before she got buffed, so she was awful, so I didn't really build her. I got Drexthar from a shard. This was before he was free. And I got Shiramani. And Shiramani was actually my all-around carry. Like, she was the champion that did everything for me. She was an AoE freeze champion. This is also before her buff, and her buff was significant. You know, and so you just get those champions. And then somewhere along the line, I fused Razin, and I pulled Cardiel. Once I pulled Cardiel was my all-around carry. And for a long, long time, I just, you know, whatever solution I used him. But, like, if you look at this roster, like almost all of us are keying on Rathalos. Now, if you build Rathalos, you're like, okay, I've got my Mordecai. Remember, it's a 90-day challenge. I'm not saying you need to do this on your account. I'm just saying this is the combo that a lot of people chose. If you don't have Mordecai, you have to find another HP burner to activate Rathalos. So whoever that is, that means 2 of your 5 spots for dungeons and clan boss are taken. And so now you have 3 spots to get the composition, everything that it needs. So the nice thing about Mordecai is even though you're using him for the HP burn, his HP burn has an increased attack, which means in arena, he synergizes really well with any of your nukers. But you still need a setup because he has no turn meter fill. Right? So I was able to pull Deacon because I used my code on Mordecai. So this was really lucky. He becomes my speed aura and my drop defense with the turn meter increase and decrease. So now I've got an increased attack. I've got a decreased defense. I've got a turn meter fill. I've got a speed aura. I've got my nuker who's activated through the HP burns. And now I can throw anybody into that 4th spot I want. A lot of times I throw in a second nuker, right? Because why not? Because I've already got the increased attack and the decreased defense. But I can also throw in Melga if I want somebody to revive and create sustain. I can also throw in Archer so I can disrupt with CCs like slows, provokes, and stuns. You know, I could even throw in Ugo if I wanted, or I could throw in another speed champion like Apothecary or High Khatun to get that second turn meter fill. So you start to put together your team comp and then kind of think about who you want to build next as your next 5 or 6 star based on what you've already got. So when I look at my roster and I'm like, okay, I've got these 5, 6, 60s now. Mordecai is the only one who I use everywhere who's not 60. So that's his value. The Apothecary, honestly, has become a complete, bench player. He almost never gets in. Because the spot where I would normally use him is taken by Mordecai. And so even though I built him to 50 really early, and he gave me some value for a little while, I've completely moved away from him. And in fact, I'm thinking of stripping off his gear and putting it onto the champions that I use more to get more speed. So, you think about how valuable Apothecary normally is, and I'm sure he'll come back around. He won't fail to be valuable. But for where I am on my account, I don't really need him. So then you start looking at these other champions that are worth building. Sanguinia, and Selenia. Ugo, High Khatun, Daffy, Phoenix, Woosgar. These are all viable champions to build. We've got a Renegade here. It's like, so who's next? Right? And I want to think about, well, what's an area of content that these 6 champions don't get me through? They do pretty well in Hydra, but not great. And Hydra's coming up. The Hydra challenge is coming up. So do I do Ugo? Because she gives me a block debuffs buff, and I don't have that yet. Right? A block buffs. That's important. I have the provoke covered. I have the slow covered. Granted, I could use a second provoke because I don't have her book, right? So her provoke's on a 5-turn cooldown, I think. No, it's on a 4-turn cooldown. But still, that's pretty long. She's not going fast enough for that to be a thing, right? That's not going to be enough. Do I go with the reset champion? Got heal reduction. That's nice. It's got a decreased speed, a single target, decreased accuracy, and decreased cooldowns. Do I go with a second HP burner who's much easier to keep alive and perhaps more versatile because she's void affinity and she's cheap because she's a rare and I have all the rare books. I could book her out today if I wanted to. Right? Plus she's got a 3-star blessing. So I could put her in Phantom Touch. I could put her in Emergency Heal or Miracle Heal. If I put her in Miracle Heal, I could get into Sand Devil's Necropolis. Right? And honestly, because of the way that Sand Devil's Necropolis works, I can use Melga in the role of Godseeker and Neri because she doesn't die, right? As long as she doesn't die at all, Godseeker dies and brings herself back, but as long as Melga doesn't die, I can potentially duo Sand Devil's Necropolis up pretty high. I think I'm already to stage 7 or 8. You know, so it's really interesting to see how you build a roster over time this way. Booger pulled my Duchess yesterday. You pulled yours while watching my video. And Strategos Island, nice. I love Island. He is so good. He is really, really good. If you are in the mid game, especially, or early mid game, he's going to just be that everywhere carry. You put him and Duchess together, you will never die. Your teams will never die. You will be absolutely indestructible. That is awesome. That is a huge combo. If you're in the late game, he's nice in Hydra. He's really nice in Hydra. And he's nice in Doom Tower. He can also be really fun in Arena, even live Arena. Yeah, Burn Gary's a nice early game carry, too. Am I going to continue playing this account after the competition is over? No, I'm not. No, I'm gonna back down to one account for a few months. My wife and I are expecting a baby in April. And I need to concentrate on getting videos out and being with my family. So I can't really be playing 2 accounts for a few months. So I'll probably be giving this account away. I don't know when. Don't get too excited. It might not happen immediately. Can I show you my... Yeah, sure. My Ugo's not built, though. You know, I've got speed gear. I've just got some sustain and resilience. The thing about Ugo is you do want accuracy. I don't have enough accuracy right now. Right? So the whole thing about this champion is accurate and tanky. That's really what you want. Speed is good. You don't want to be so slow that you don't come around to your debuffs. But you want accurate and tanky. The reason I haven't built Ugo yet is because of the book issue. Right? 6 books there, 6 books there, 4 books there. That's 16 books. Now, you can skip the A1 books if you get lucky, so you could potentially do it for 12. But you need the cooldowns on both of these skills. And so realistically, it's 16 books. Now, I have, I think, probably like 8 or 9. Oh, actually, I'm up to 12. Okay, I'm up to 12 epic tomes. I've been pulling in the epic tomes. So during the CVC this week, I'll be booking out an epic. I just have to decide who. So it could be Ugo. It could be Ugo because she helps me in Clan Boss. And I have enough books if I get really lucky and miss the A1 that I could fully book her out. My original plan was either Phoenix or Sanguinia. Now, Sanguinia also gives me something that I don't have, which is a block debuffs buff and a cleanse. So, yeah, I could use her, build her in a resistance set, you know, get her with high resistance, and she could be my cleanser. She'd also help in Fire Knight, which would be really nice. I don't have a lot of turn meter control, but I also have Woosgar for Fire Knight. Got quad hit on his A1. And then, you know, he's got to reflect damage. So he's potentially a solution for Fire Knight. But again, I have 90 days, right? And we're at 59, day 59. So I've got 31 days left. And as a result, I'm not building for the long term. I'm building for right now. I'm building for like the content that's immediately in front of me. And so I do think that Mordecai is the next 6-star because that's going to help me with Clan Boss. It's going to push me a few more turns because he's always the one who dies early. And then I don't get the, you know, like he doesn't always have his HP burn up. He is pretty much masteried out. So like I'll get his capstone and that'll give me more damage as well. So more HP burns, more damage, more survivability. I use him everywhere. He's going to help me in other dungeons. I think he has to be the next 6-star. But then the question becomes, you know, who's the one after that? Is it Ugo? I'm leaning towards her. But I'm also thinking about Selenia and Sanguinia. The Inias. Ugo, Mordecai, Archer seems like a great trio for Hydra. Yes. Pythion and Abyss for you on the 1+1 Femoral. Congrats on Pythion. I don't know Abyss that well, but Pythion is very, very good. What is the best gear for Duchess really depends on where you use her. I would highly recommend you make her tanky. Speed is not as important on Duchess as it is on some other supports. Not that you want to neglect her speed, but you don't necessarily always have to have her super fast. Some players like to run her super fast because if you have her open, then she can put up all the buffs on the team before you get hit, and that can be really nice. But remember, she's also a reviver, so sometimes you run her slow, you let everybody die, you bring them back, and they also get buffed that way. There's a bunch of different ways to run her. As far as I know, she doesn't need any accuracy for anything really, so tanky, 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 and maybe high resist. I don't have a Duchess. This is all speculation. Congratulations in advance on my baby. Thank you. We're very excited. You want this account, Godzard? Well, yeah, we'll probably do a little contest or something. I don't know. I thought about making it the prize in the Raid Madness contest because the Raid Madness contest will probably end just a few days after this. You know, so I thought about it, but I didn't pull the trigger on it because I don't know how I want to do this. I might want to make this its own event. You know, I've never given away an account before. I don't know really how I want to do it. Thank you, Ty. You'll fight in real life for the account. Is that just because of Archer? Because it's an Archer account? I mean, granted, it's not a bad account. I was lucky enough to pull, you know, Deacon. If I didn't pull Deacon, I could have been in trouble. I needed something like Deacon. Honestly, maybe not. If I didn't pull Deacon, I would have built High Khatun. I would have built High Khatun to 6 stars. And that's actually a legit way to start off an account. High Khatun at 6 stars is a very usable champion. She's incredibly good. She is so underrated. I still don't understand the rating. I mean, 8,100 ratings, and it's like, people don't like this champion. Maybe because she's free. She's so good. She's got an awesome kit. I love this kit. First of all, you got a turn meter fill with a speed boost on a 3-turn cooldown. Fantastic, right? It's the same. This is why Apothecary is so good, right? Apothecary has the exact same skill and the exact same cooldown. And you think, well, she's an epic and Apothecaries are rare, so why do I need her? I could just use Apothecary. She's better than Apothecary. She's absolutely better than Apothecary. Forget about the sustain for a second because that's great on Apothecary. But she has the 19% speed lead in all battles. So that right there makes her a better speed champion than Apothecary. But in addition, she's got a slow on her A1. And if you book it, it's a 40% chance. That's not awesome, but that's on the edge of like really usable. And remember, she's going fast, so you're going to get more of these, right? So 40% chance is good. It's not awesome, but it's good. And then she's got this skill, which I think people overlook a lot. This actually has a 75% chance when booked of decreasing the turn meter of all enemies by 15%. Now, 15% isn't a lot, but you'll be surprised at how effective this is at letting you get one extra turn or getting to your next champion. You combine that with all the speed boosting and the turn meter fill and stuff like that. And this skill just pushes them back a little bit, pushes you forward a little bit. You slow them, you speed up your team. It's perfect synergy in a kit, right? None of the skills are OP, but you put them all together as a package, and you don't find champions that synergize this well very often, like within her own kit. Now, the one downside to High Khatun, if you're using her as your like fastest champion, the one downside is she doesn't have a buff or a debuff for damage. So no decreased defense, no increased attack, no increased defense, no weaken, nothing like that. So in Arena, you're going to have to probably do without one of the buffs or without a secondary nuker. So you could do like High Khatun into, say, Deacon Armstrong into, I don't know, Spirit Host for your increased attack, or Doom Priest or somebody with your increased attack, and then nuke, and you'd be fine. It works. I actually got to gold 4 before when there was no gold 5. I got to gold 4 with High Khatun as my speed lead. You can still do it, even to this day, even despite the speed inflation that's happened in the game. You can still do it. So she can be part of a gold 5 arena team, and she can also be part of a lot of boss teams. She's really good. So if I didn't pull Deacon, I would have built her. Even after pulling Deacon, I thought about building her. And honestly, I wish I had built her instead of Apothecary, because I don't need Apothecary sustain. Right? The reason I built Apothecary was for the triple hit, because I was really struggling in Fire Knight. And he helped a little bit there. But now I don't have to worry about hits anymore, because I have Woosgar, right? If I need him, I have, I have Selenia if I need her. I've got Athel with the triple hit. So, I could have built Khatun. You see big Pal World vibes in the account fight? That's an interesting thought. Is Beauregard the Elder usable in Clan Boss? Who is Beauregard the Elder? He sounds like a dwarf. Is he a dwarf? Is he a rare dwarf? I don't see Beauregard the Elder. Honestly, I don't recognize the name. Apothecary is very good for Fire Knight, right? Khatun is also very good for Fire Knight. Sometimes people think you've got a single hit A1, you're not good for Fire Knight. But that's not necessarily true, right? Because especially early on, you don't need like 15 hits to break the shield. And Khatun has a slow on her A1, and she has the turn meter decrease on her A3. So, she speeds up your team so you get your hits more quickly. And if you're running her fast, in a lot of cases, that first turn, you're not going to use her attack anyway. You wouldn't use Apothecaries either. You use the speed boost. So it doesn't matter that he has 3 attacks and she has 1, because they're both giving you the speed boost. And then once the shield is down, she actually does more for your team than he does. She gives you that slow, she gives you that turn meter decrease. Now, he gives you heals, which can be useful, but you can find that in other champions. You don't need him to heal you, so it's not that Apothecary is bad for Fire Knight. He's very good for Fire Knight. I'm just saying that Khatun is better for Fire Knight than people usually think. Do I like 4-piece Rathalos gear on Theodore for the turn meter boost on AoEs? Yes. 4-piece Rathalos gear is stupidly broken for AoE champion. Beauregard. Oh, this guy. Okay, I actually own this guy. I use him in faction crypts at level 50. Has a chance for an increased defense buff on the ally with the lowest HP. It's a pretty weak A1 for a legendary. That's a really weak A1. In my mind, that's a bad A1 for a legendary. I don't even think that's a good epic A1. First of all, it should be 100% chance. It should absolutely be 100% chance. This whole critical thing is stupid. Like, it should just be 100% chance. And then maybe, I don't know. It's a bad A1. Removes 1 random debuff from all allies, then places a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns equal to 20% of this champion's max HP on a 3-turn cooldown. That's solid. 4 books into the shield to get you an extra 30%. That's 26% of his max HP. And he's got a nice HP pool. 21,000 is nice. So this is a good skill. It's a mini cleanse. And then a shield. Now, for Clan Boss, you're probably not going to use it. You're probably not going to use the cleanse, because the shield is more important. If you need him as a cleanser, he's going to be in a weird spot in the rotation. Because cleansers typically start at the top of the turn order, not the bottom. And shield champions start at the bottom. So you have to pick one or the other. He's going to do one or the other, but not both. Increased resistance and increased speed buff on all allies for 2 turns. The increased speed can play, but the increased resistance won't. And then allies receive 10% less damage from champions whose resistance is lower than or equal to theirs. Oh, so then the increased resistance does play. If you have resistance in your team, to get 10% less damage, I don't know that you want to build a bunch of resistance onto your team. But yeah, I think for early game, he could certainly help you in clan boss, right? I think you can use that shield to good effect. I think his increased speed could be used to good effect. You can even speed tune him. There are speed tunes with just an increased speed buff and no turn meter fill. So you might be able to get, a nice multi-turn kind of ratio going. But you'll outgrow him. You'll outgrow him. By the time you get to Ultra Nightmare, he's gone. He's not going to be in your Ultra Nightmare team. I don't think. Verself is good. I've used him on an account before. He's very good. Yeah, Truath and Verself. Verself is actually nice. Let me see. Where is Verself? He is the heck is Verself? Is he undead or something? Or Knights Revenant? Is he Barbarian? Totally forgotten. He's on an account I haven't used in a while. I think he's Knights Rev. There he is. He's Knights Rev. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So he's a pretty good ally protector. So you have an increased defense and an ally protection, both for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. That's really nice. That AoE ally defense or increased defense on ally protection is really nice. That makes him much more survivable as an ally protector. You can see his defense is a little bit low at 1200 for a tank. His HP is really nice at 22.6. So, he's good. He's good at base stats, but he's not overwhelmingly strong on base stats. But definitely solid. He's not going to fold the way some champions do when they have their ally protect up. And a lot of that is this increased defense. Now, in addition, he has this AoE that places an extra hit on enemies under these debuffs. Each hit has a 100% chance of placing a leech debuff. So you can place a leech debuff on the clan boss. That's also really good. Again, ally protector. So you're going killable comp. So leech is a necessary debuff. So he brings both of those. And then you do have a provoke on the A1. It's only a 50% chance. It doesn't book up higher than that. I wish it did. And he places a shield buff on himself for 2 turns equal to 1% or 10% of his max HP. So he can solo Scarab. He can solo Scarab with just his A1. That works great. He can also work in Hydra as a backup provoker. Usually you want an A1 provoker and then a more reliable provoker without the A1, like an A2, 100% chance provoker. So he gives you a lot. I think people don't talk about him because he's OG, he's a real old champion. One hit has a 20% chance of placing provoke debuff on the attacker for 1 turn. Occurs once per hit. So this is also really nice in other places, like in Doom Tower or Wave content. You can get more provokes out there. Nice big HP aura. Right, he is an HP based champion. He also doesn't hit super hard. His damage is minimal. But really good ally protection champ. Really good. And good for a Hydra. So, fairly versatile. You feel like Taragi would be better than Verself? Taragi's cheaper, and he's got the decreased attack, right? He doesn't have the leech. And I think Taragi is arguably the best ally protector in the epic rarity. You could talk about Miscreated Monster. Miscreated Monster is at least as good a champion, but maybe not quite as good an ally protector. So he's definitely cheaper. And I don't know that you would see a huge difference between the two. That decreased attack is nice. It kind of depends on what else you have on the account. I don't think Taragi is as good, for instance, in Hydra. So I think Verself is a little bit more versatile than Taragi, although you can put Taragi in a lot of content. But this guy's a very good ally protector. And the chance of poisons too on Taragi, yes. Okay, before I forget, let me put up a poll. Let's start a poll because I'm curious. I'm curious to see who's doing this. I am surprised. I have to say I'm surprised at sort of the lukewarm response that the Raid Madness bracket actually has gotten. I think people have enjoyed the series, but for whatever reason, there haven't been that many brackets filled out. We had like on the 4 content creator videos, we had something like a combined 12,000 views or something. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And yet, as of right now, let me check the Raid Madness bracket. We've got 18 pages. Which they're 10 per page. 10 entries per page. We got 177 brackets filled out. So 12,000 views, but only 177 brackets. I was really hoping for like 1,000 brackets. I honestly was. I just think it would be fun. If you've never done a bracket challenge, they're just super fun and they get you invested in the matchups. Like if you like the content, then the bracket should enhance the content. Like if you like the actual videos, the bracket experience should enhance the videos, I would think, But maybe just because I have a large international audience and the March Madness thing is like an American thing and people aren't used to filling out brackets, maybe they were intimidated or not interested. I don't know. But I'm curious because I expected more, I guess. So thank you to those of you who have filled out your brackets. And if you haven't, I highly encourage you to try it. It's really simple. It's minimal impact, right? Like there's no major reason. There's no detriment, I guess, to filling out the bracket. So, like right here, we've got, 70% of the viewers here have not filled out a bracket. You don't understand the seed. Tulsi tried, wasn't able to pick. You don't know why. Okay. I would build RTAC for everything, Cedric. RTAC is great everywhere. So if you haven't built them, yeah, sure, throw them in Clan Boss to pair with Rathlos if you want. But just build them for all content. Saw says it took him like 30 seconds to do a bracket. All right, let me see if I can show you this. I've changed settings so many times for videos and stuff. Okay, so here's the website, right? I mean the YouTube website. So we don't have the link up there. We should. All right, I'll go to the Raid Madness video.
So I thought this girl was...
All right, so here it says, Head over to Common Ninja and start your bracket now. So just click on that. And it brings you here, right? So let me explain the way this works. It's really simple. It's really very simple. The seedings don't really matter. The seedings are like a way to add intrigue and to rank people. So the idea is that there are 16 champions in each quadrant. So you can think of the Northwest quadrant, the Northwest region, Ice Golem's Peak, as one tournament, right? These 16 champions are going to pick one winner. So the top two fight each other, the winner moves on. The next two fight each other and meets the winner of the top two. So this foursome is going to meet here in game 9. That's all that's going to happen. Same thing with this foursome. We're going to get 2 winners. They're going to meet up in the second round. Those 2 winners will fight, and they'll meet up with the winner of the second round winners from the top bracket in the Sacred 16. So when you get to the Sacred 16, the reason it's called the Sacred 16 is because if you look at all 4 corners, there are 16 champions left, 4 from each region. So 4 times 4 is 16. Then you narrow that down to 8. That's why this is called the Epic 8. There are 8 champions total left, right? So basically, you just have a narrowing of the pack until you've got 1 champion coming out of each region. Then those 4 champions go into a final 4, 2 on each side. The 2 winners fight for the championship. So what could happen here is, let's say, Godseeker beats Umbral, Tyrell beats Thanasil. So Godseeker matches up against Tyrell in the second round. And if Godseeker wins, she goes through, and now, those other 3 champions are eliminated. And then you've got Wuzgar versus Annex, Allure versus Vala. Let's say Allure and Wuzgar win, and then Allure beats Wuzgar. Now you have Allure versus Godseeker. Whoever wins there goes on to the next round. Whoever wins there goes on to the next round. Whoever wins there goes on to the next round. That's literally it. The seedings, all it means is this is the pre-tournament ranking for this region. So Godseeker is ranked highest. She's the number 1 ranked champion in this quadrant. That's all the seed means. Number 1 seed means ranked number 1. Now, there are 4 number 1s because there are 4 regions. So Demitha is ranked number 1 in the Southwest region. That's all that means, right? Now, you get to decide. The cool thing about the seedings is, like, the seedings were based on the votings of, like, the in-game ratings, and then we tweaked them a little bit. But you get to decide what the matchup is. Like, we're all going to vote. At midnight tonight, the votes go live, and we get to vote on all of these matchups. So we get to decide if Demitha or Mordecai goes through. We're all going to vote on it, right? And we're going to vote on every round. Now, what happens with a prediction bracket is you fill out a bracket, and you say, I think the whole tournament is going to look like this, and you're going to choose a champion. You're literally going to predict every single match, right? But then once the voting starts, we only do 1 round at a time. So let's say I go to predictions. Let's say I want to create a bracket. All right. So I have to fill out my info. So I can put in whatever I want for name or nickname, right? So I'm just going to do Colred Plays. And my email is going to be colred@colred.colred. Now, that's not actually my email, right? But if you have a secondary email, if you're worried about your email, we're not going to use it. Like, we have no interest in your email. I personally have no interest in your information whatsoever. I just am giving away prizes. So if you want to sign up for a prize, put in a real email. If you don't care about the prize and you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to fill in a bogus email, fill in a fake email, and we won't have your email, right? And then you can start voting. Now, I highly recommend for the nickname, you put in your Discord account name. Like, that's another way that we could contact you. So if you feel more comfortable with that, just put in the Discord name. We'll try to reach you through Discord if you don't want to give us your email. But I promise you, as soon as this tournament's over, I'm going to delete this page and all of that information will go away. So I won't even have your email past the point of the tournament being done, really. Once I give out the prizes, I don't want your emails. I'm not going to mail you anything. Like, I'm not that guy. That's too much work for me. So now you just go to start voting, right? And this is just going to be all of the matches all the way through. So I was just looking at, the bracket. And again, it's the 1 seed versus the 16 seed. And by the way, if you put in a bracket and you don't like it, you can click here. You can click start over, and this will just reset it. And then you can go back to the beginning and revote. So I'm going to say, okay, I like Godseeker Aniri. I like Tayrell. Sure, let's go with Wuzgar, Allure. Deacon's going to win that one. Let's call Skullcrown. Neldor is very good. Let's call Skullcrown. I don't care. Skrank. Farrakhan the Fat. And now what happens is you can see it's gone to the second round. So those were the 8. I'm sorry, those were actually. Yeah, those were just the 8 first round matchups in this region. And so then we're going to finish off this region. So this is now the second round. I picked Godseeker as the winner. I picked Tayrell as the winner. They're going up against each other. So now I got to pick the winner. So I think Godseeker, Allure is definitely going to win that. Let's say Deacon wins that. This is an interesting fight. I don't know. We'll just do this. Now, Godseeker versus Allure. I'm going to vote Allure. And then I'm going to call Deacon. And then the winner of these two is going to be Deacon. Okay, so now that entire region is done. And now we drop down to the next region. Now, you can't like jump out of this and go really check all the fights, but you can kind of scroll through the background. So even though it's dimmed, you can still see the fights. So if you're interested in seeing what's going on, you can still kind of see the background. So let's say, I know that Jay Giggs went for Mordecai. I'm going to go for Demitha. Ugo's really good, but I think Fane is actually better early game. Taragi the Frog. Madame Saris is hard. I mean, I have Wukong, right? But now you can't get Wukong, so Madame Saris rises again. Stag Knight is a beast. Akemtham is so much better than it. Yeah, Genbo I love. Rector Drath is phenomenal. Okay, now Fane versus Demitha. Both great clan boss champions. I'll go with Demitha. I think she's higher value. I think Taragi's probably higher value early on. Madame Saris is so good, though. This is a tough fight. I actually expect this one to come up, and I don't know how I would vote. I don't remember how I voted. I think I'm going to go for Taragi. Stag Knight. This is another really tough one. Rector Drath is an all-around epic carry for an account, and Genbo is an arena god that you never have to worry about ever again. And arena's super important, right? But it's like if you could only have one or the other, it's hard to go against my boy Genbo. It's probably Rector Drath the winner there. Demitha versus Taragi. That's a really tough one, too. I'm going to stick with the Demitha call. Stag Knight gets it over Genbo. That hurts. And then Stag Knight gets it over Demitha, I think. And then again, now we go to the third round and we can just go through. So I'm just going to vote the left side. I don't even know who's on the left side. I'm just going to vote the left side. And I'm going to stick with the left side. And then I'm going to vote Maneater. I can't vote the left side all the way down. All right, same thing. Let's stick with the left side. Oh, I just knocked off Seer and Geomancer. That wouldn't happen, yeah. Venom Mage beats Doom Priest. Deacon versus Stag Knight. That's going to be the matchup I think that's going to happen. Let's call Deacon. And Venom Mage versus all 3 seeds. All 3 seeds. Did you see that? All 4 of them were 3 seeds. So each quadrant, the 3rd seed came to the final 4. Let's call Maneater, and then I'll go Deacon Armstrong. Okay. So now what's going to happen is it says, thank you, your predictions have been submitted. To view your predictions, click here. So you just click here. Now here's the thing. If you put in a bogus email, it's going to be tough to get back to this link. So you're going to have to save this. I don't know. I don't even know if you can. That's sort of, so when you get an email, we email you your bracket. So you always have your bracket. I don't know if you can get to your bracket any other way. This is how I get to my bracket. But here you can just click on here and it gives you your bracket prediction. So I'm going to scroll out so you can see the whole thing. I know it's probably pretty small on your screen. But you can see, so all the winners are in bold. And so they just kind of go through and you can see, here, the number 1 epic champion in Raid 2024 is Deacon Armstrong, which is absolutely correct. He's the best. I don't know how anybody else could win. It's not even close, really. Right. So anyway, and that's my bracket. Now what's going to happen is once the votes start, you're going to have to come back to this page, like to the main, well, and you're going to go to the vote now button. But what's going to happen is the first round is going to be open, and you're just going to vote for all 32 matches. You just pick the one champion that you think deserves to go through in all 32 matches. Now, chances are that's going to be very similar to the way you did your bracket. It might be the exact same first round prediction that you created. But remember that this is cumulative. So the public may be voting differently, right? You're not likely to predict all 32 winners. Maybe you get 25 of them. That would be pretty good. For each correct prediction you get 1 point. And we start to add points to your bracket. Now, if you go here over to the prediction ranking, you can see from any particular bracket, you got points per round. It'll just add up the points that are available. So you'll know how you're doing against all of the other prediction brackets. You'll have an idea of your score, and everybody will be ranked based on the number of points they got in the first round. Okay? So going back to the bracket, when we vote, we all vote. Hopefully we'll get thousands of votes. And we'll start to see who wins the first round. Now, what's going to happen is in the second round, your bracket will be broken somewhere, right? So now you won't be able to vote your second round exactly the way you predicted it. You're going to have to adjust to the new matchups. So let's say I voted, for Demitha, but Jay Giggs, pick of Mordecai swayed enough voters that Mordecai goes through. Well, now it would be Mordecai up against, let's say, Ugo, and I picked Godseeker Aniri. I'm sorry, I picked Demitha against Fane. So my second round is already broken. Now I have to vote who's going to go through. Now maybe I want to vote because I want to get the points on the prediction. I still want to get the points. I'm sorry, not on the prediction. I guess think of it this way. I could vote for who I think the winner should be, or I could vote for who I think would help my bracket more. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I don't want, say, Ugo coming up against Madame Saris because I think that Ugo might beat Madame Saris. So I'm going to vote for Fane. Or maybe I think Fane's the better champion and I vote for Fane. Or I think Ugo's the better champion and I vote for Ugo. So there becomes you can decide if you want to do it tactically. You can decide if you just want to do it as honestly as possible. I am going to do it as honestly as possible because I think the whole point of the contest isn't to win the contest necessarily, to try to do that, but it's to show these champions, to have discussions about them, to have the fun debate, So that's all you have to do. So you want to fill out your bracket today because at the end of today, it's in 10 hours, less than 10 hours, the bracket predictions shut down. And you won't be able to do any more bracket predictions. But the votes will go live at midnight tonight. So in 10 hours, the votes will go live, and we'll start to see the results of the first round. Now, this is really important. The voting is only open for 48 hours. We're trying to do all of this in a month. There are 6 rounds. So if we open it for 48 hours, that's 12 days right there for voting over the course of the rest of the month. It's already March 10th. Right. And then we have to give a day in between for me to do a video and actually get it out there about the rounds and previewing the next rounds. So we're talking about another 5 days at least. So chances are this is going to run maybe into the first week of April. I should put the whole schedule up today or tomorrow so you can see all of it. But so you want to get your brackets in now, and then tomorrow you want to vote. You don't want to wait. You want to vote. And I'm so excited for the vote. I'm super excited for the vote. I really want people to get their predictions in. Just because I think it's going to be super fun. But also we're giving away prizes. We're giving away decent prizes here. This channel doesn't make any money. I couldn't give away a lot of money. I wish I could. That would be fun, right? To give away big prizes, be Mr. Beast for a day and be like, you could win $100,000. Yeah, that's not happening, right? That would be great. So I gave away things that I could afford to give away. Remember, I'm also not in the content creator program, so I can't give away gems. I can't do that. I can't do anything in game. So all of it has to be just what I have that I can give you. And so the very best bracket the number one ranked prediction bracket. And if there's a tie, we'll figure out how to do that. But the number one winner will get a custom t-shirt that basically it's a championship t-shirt. You'll get the Raid Madness logo. We'll put your bracket on the back. We'll put your name on it, and we'll, do a champion thing. I might even sign it. Like, it'll be fun, right? So you get a one of one. You get a unique t-shirt at whatever size t-shirt you need, The second prize for that champion, the champion's going to get more than one prize. So the second prize in the list is a 1-hour raid coaching session with me. So if you're interested in a takeover, you want coaching, you could gift it to somebody. If you don't need the coaching and you want to give it to your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your friend, your dad, I don't care. Like whoever you want to give it to. I'm happy to do a 1-hour coaching session with anybody that you want. And then you're going to get 3 months subscription to our YouTube channel. There are some nice perks available in here. You get emojis, you get a little badge, you get a access to a different area in the Discord, you get a rank in the Discord, you get to vote on a video that you want to force me to make every month. There's some inside scoops sometimes on like what's going on the channel, what's going on in my life. So it's a nice little 3-month Shadowkin subscription or membership to the YouTube channel. And then you get a unique Discord rank. And we haven't even decided on the Discord rank yet. We don't know what the rank is going to be. So we'll talk to you about it. Maybe you want to be called, I don't know, the Bracket King or something. Like that would be fine. We'll just call you the Bracket King. That will be your Discord rank. But it'll be something that only you have. You'll literally be the only person with that rank until maybe next year when we get another winner. And then they'll get to make their own rank. And then we'll have 2 bracket winners, but they'll still only have their own unique Discord ranks. So I think that's a cool prize pool, like a prize package for the winner. It feels good to me, if I were going to do this, it would be nice to get like 5,000 gems in game, but I can't do that. I literally can't do that. So it feels like a pretty good prize package. Now, for the next 4 brackets, so if you're in a top 5, right? So the winner is in the top 5, clearly, but the other brackets who are in the top 5 will get the Raid Mad prize. And basically, you don't get the t-shirt, but you get an hour coaching session. Again, you could gift it to somebody else if you want. You get 1 month of a membership to our YouTube channel. You get a discount code worth $20 at the Cole Red Plays merch store. Now, we have a merch store now. And so you can find the link in the description of the video. You can click over. We only have a few offerings right now, but we're going to be expanding that. And I don't think the discount code expires right away. So you might have like 90 days. And then you can just put that $20 towards anything in the store. Right now, just so you know, everything is more than $20. So you don't get anything free at the moment, but there might be items that, go in for $10 or $15 later on. You might be able to get more items. But like if you just want a t-shirt, I think the t-shirt is $23. So you can pay $3 for a t-shirt, which is a pretty nice t-shirt. And then you get a Raid Mad Discord rank. So everybody who is in the top 5 will get a Raid Mad Discord rank. And then here's another prize. And I don't know what's going to happen here with this prize. If you beat all the content creators, so if we go to the predictions ranking, and at the end, there are no content creators above you, and remember, there are 5 content creators. If there are no content creators above you, you get this prize. You get basically a coupon for $10 off, and you get a Raid Pro Discord rank. Now, I originally wasn't going to give the discount. I just wanted to give a Discord rank. I just think it's cool to be like acknowledged. This could be 100 people. It could be 300 people. I didn't want it to be so, like, I didn't want to give money away to 300 people. You know, I wasn't looking to give away like $3,000 worth of merch. So that's the reason it's only a $10 discount code, because I can't afford to give away free stuff. Like, the channel doesn't make any money. It makes very little money. So $10 means, like, you could buy a $23 t-shirt for $13. And that basically, I typically make about $10. Like, I personally make about $10 for each item. So regardless of the price, except for the hoodies, which are a little bit more, I make a little bit more on that. But I basically make between $10 and $11 on every item. So I'm giving you all of what I would make. That's basically what I could afford to do. So that way, whatever you're buying, you're basically getting for the cost of what I would pay for it. And then you're getting a Raid Pro Discord rank. And like I said, it could be almost, we have no idea if the content creators know what they're talking about here, right? We don't know how people are going to vote. And if you look at the content creators, like, you can't see their brackets, unfortunately. I can see their brackets. They're all different. Like all 5 content creators voted differently. So there's a very good chance that several of them do poorly. One of us might do really well. And if one of us does really well, this could limit this beat all CCs. And let's say a CC finishes in like the top 10, I might just take them out of the list. I might just knock them down and be like, okay, as long as you beat 4 of the 5 CCs, then you get this prize. Because I want to give away prizes. I want people to feel like they've won something, significant. So yeah, we might do that. We might do that in the future. All right, that's enough. Any questions? Any questions, anybody? Let me look. Where do you vote? You vote on the same page. You're going to go back to the same exact bracket, and the same button that says vote that like allows you to create your prediction will allow you to vote, but that doesn't go live until midnight. So what'll happen is after midnight tonight, Eastern time, I forget if are we -4 UTC now? I think we were -5. Now we're -4. I don't even know. Let me check. Yeah, so we are negative. We're -4 now. We were -5. Now we're -4. So it is currently 1:30 p.m. here, and it is 5:30 p.m. UTC. So at midnight my time, which would be 5 a.m. I'm sorry, would be 4 a.m. UTC time. Tonight, the brackets stop and the voting starts. And it happens from the same page. Hey, Darren. Cedric, all right. You voted right through on yours, and you got a surprise to who won. Yeah, it's cool. It's fun. Won't let you do the bracket due to the site not being secured. Okay, booger. I mean, if you got some kind of security on top of that, as I haven't had a problem. I haven't had a problem with the website. It's the first time I'm working with Common Ninja. They're really great. They've been awesome. I send them an email if I have a question, or if I have if I don't know how to do something with the bracket, or if I want to make a suggestion. They always get back to me right away. They're really polite and friendly. I think it might be a German company. I'm not 100% sure. They might be kind of international. But yeah, so they're great, and the website is good. I don't know what to tell you. If your security needs are high and you don't feel like you can trust the site, then I understand. That's fine. It's fine. Medusa says, this fusion is eating my gems. Yes. In fact, let's get back to the game and actually play something. So what do I need to be doing right now? I need my next 6-star. That's what I need on this account. And I'm close, right? So I have 3 5-star chickens made, and I think I have another 4-star that can be converted into a 5-star. So that's the 4th one. And then I have a bunch of 3-stars. So I need to make one more level 40 champion, I think. Let me check my vaults just to make sure that that's true. I have thought about just like consuming some of the champions that I've been holding on to, because it's like I'm not using certain epics. I may as well, use them as food. Or like, I don't think I'm going to be able to fuse Razin in time. So I'm almost like, I've been holding on to the Razin fusion champions. And my thought in my brain is, that would be great. That's what I would normally do. And if I hand this account over to somebody at some point, which I probably will, it'll be nice if they have like 3/4 of the Razin champions already ready to go and they don't have to worry about it as much. Or I could just use it up, you know, and get some extra progress. 3,200 mystery shards to get that mythic book. Whew. Well, good on you. I still have to pull a few hundred more. I think I still have to pull about 250 or so on my main account. All right, I'm going to do another poll. So I'm curious. All right, so I'm just curious about why people didn't feel, because we may do something like this in the future, and I would really like to improve the engagement of it. You know, and I want it to be something that's exciting to the viewers. I don't want it to be something that they feel is like a burden. Oh my gosh, Colred's doing another bracket thing. Come on. You know, like I want people to look at it and be like, all right, cool, Colred's doing another bracket thing. Come on. You know, like that's what I want it to be like. So I'm just curious as to why people have not done it, I guess. Do you really need Razin anymore? He's basically an epic champ at this point. Razin's a good champion. Razin's a very good champion. Do you need him at this point? You don't need anybody. There's no one champion you need. There's literally no champion that you need. You know, people will say like, oh, that's a must build. Yeah, but if you don't get that champion, you just build somebody else. So, you know, the question is how valuable is Razin to your account when you have the opportunity to fuse him? Right? Because you can keep him as a permanent fusion and just use him as an opportunity to get like champion chase points over and over again, constantly fusing these epics, you know, and then using them as chickens and then just refusing them the next time there's a champion chase or a CVC. But if you look at his kit, first of all, his A2 is absolutely fantastic. It's a decreased defense, 100% chance, decreased defense, and weaken on the same skill for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. That's great for every boss in the game, right? Like, who do you not want to put weaken on, basically? You know, so decreased defense and weaken in the same champion on the same skill on a good cooldown. That's awesome. And by the way, his A1, which is a triple hitter, great for Fire Knight, has a 45% chance of removing 1 random buff from the target. Also good for Clan Boss to remove that increased attack if you're in a killable team, right? So gives you that opportunity, can remove like Perfect Veil from Dark Fae, can remove, you know, it's not a guaranteed, it's, you know, a 45% chance, but having this in the kit is nice. This feels like an epic skill to a certain extent because of the percent chance. But if it were like 60% chance, or if it were like 40% chance each hit, it would clearly be a very powerful A1. Then his A3 is actually kind of sick. It's a horrible cooldown. It's a 6-turn cooldown. But it's an AoE that decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 100%. You know, think about like that's the skill that the fusion champion has. Except it's a steal instead of a decrease, right? And it's on a better cooldown. But like that, it's an incredibly powerful skill. Now, unfortunately, you can't like rotate it fast enough to have it be really useful multiple times. But in Doom Tower waves, you use it once, you know, on a tough wave, and it just gives you more time to clear that wave. He's defensive based. He's really easy to keep alive. He's a great Spiderling tank for stage 20, right? Because stage 20 is Spirit Affinity, I believe. It's either 20 or 25. Yeah, so 20 and 24, right? He's weak affinity, and he's really tanky. You can build him with resist if you want. And he gets that decreased defense and weaken on the spider boss. He's a very solid. I still think he's solid. The biggest downside to him, I think, is one, the cooldown on his A3. It should be a 4-turn cooldown or a 5-turn cooldown, not a 6-turn cooldown. And then his base speed. His base speed is incredibly low for a legendary. 91. Really slow. It's not so slow that he's not usable, but it's hard to make him fast. But he features in a bunch of clan boss speed tunes because he's got a great kit for clan boss. And like I said, you can use him on any boss. So if you're pulling him in the first 6 months of an account, he's probably highly usable. Erhan, I pulled 6 ancient shards at the 6th one, War Mother and Newt. Are they any good? Newt is a top 3. He's a top 3 non-void legendary in the game. So like, he might even be just a top 3 legendary in the game. Newt is... he's probably the most usable, most player-friendly damage dealer in the entire game. He's a boss killer. He works almost everywhere. He's got turn meter decrease. He's got a conditional freeze. He brings a weaken and an AoE decrease attack. He's crazy good. Build him right away. You just got an easy button for raid. You're super happy. War Mother? I don't know. I've never built it. I don't think so. Tommy, all right, you voted. Great. Booger got through security and figured it out. You fused Razin 2 years ago. He's still level 50, and he has no use even in Faction Wars. I fused mine 2 years ago. I got him to level 60. I used him in Clan Boss, and he got me to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, and he cleared Lizardman Faction Crypts for me. Different experience, right? I'm not saying you must build him. He is the way to succeed, but this is just what I was saying before. There's no such thing as a champion you have to build. Like, we just pulled a Newt. You don't have to build Newt if you don't want to. You can still clear all the content in the game without Newt. But if you get Newt, he makes it easier. So you just have to determine what your roster is, what your goals are, and whether or not a champion is going to help you progress in the right direction at any given moment. Razin was huge on my account. For 6 months, he featured in every team I had. He helped me clear Doom Tower. He helped me clear Faction Crypts. He helped me get to stage 25 dungeons. He helped me get to Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. He was an all-round carry. He was a carry on my team. I paired him up with like Scylla the Drakes and, you know, High Khatun, basically. That was like my trio. And then I had Seeker usually. And then, you know, I mixed in like another damage dealer. And it was like, sometimes it was my starter champion. That was a crazy starting 5. It was a crazy starting 5. They cleared every dungeon to stage 25. I might have made a swap for Fire Knight. I might have made a swap for Fire Knight. Not Razin. Razin was in the Fire Knight team. I'm saying that starting 5 might not have been... I think I had Royal Guard. I think I had Royal Guard in on Fire Knight. I would like to see Razin buff. I would like to see those 2 buffs. I think all you have to do with Razin to bring him back into relevance for most free-to-play accounts and even other players is bring this down Like, you could even just add 2 books. I don't even care if you add 2 books. I would prefer what you do is you make the base cooldown of this 6, and then you give him 2 additional cooldowns, and you get the A3 down to a 4-turn cooldown. If you did that and didn't do anything else, I think his value would rise tremendously. But then in addition, I would like to see his base speed added to. If his base speed were like, I don't know, 98, doesn't even have to get to 100. He could still be slow for a legendary, but if his base speed was 98, that would be so much better. That 7 speed really matters, because not only does it give you 7 speed, but every time you get a speed multiplier, it multiplies by just that extra fraction, which is over a half of a speed, which means every multiplier ends up giving you an extra, speed. Like, you always get the 1 extra speed generally over the 91 is what I'm saying. So you get 9.7 instead of 9.1 or whatever. Yeah, so those are the only 2 changes you need to make. Literally, those are the only 2 changes you need to make, and then he's great. If you wanted to give him a little bit of a, another boost, you could maybe, change his stats a little bit. Put 20 accuracy into his kit, or 30 accuracy. Like, let his base accuracy be a little bit higher, because he's a debuffer, right? Every skill needs accuracy. The A1 removal needs accuracy. The A2 debuffs need accuracy. The A3 turn meter decrease needs accuracy. So give us 30 accuracy. I wouldn't mind that at all. Yeah, Crash. If they changed his speed right now, it would mess up a lot of speed tunes. That's true. And honestly, getting speed is easier than it used to be because of area bonuses. So the speed change would be nice because of speed tuning. But you can't, if he's too slow, you can add a speed, area bonus, and then just take the speed off of your faster champions. So for 50% of the people who have answered, now it's only 20 votes here, but the people who didn't vote, 50% just said, I'm too lazy, man. You asked too much. You want me to go to an extra website and fill out a bracket? It's going to take 4 minutes. I don't have 4 minutes to give you. It's like I barely made it to your live stream. I barely made it to your live stream. Like, the only reason I'm here is because it can just autoplay in the background. I'm not paying attention. The funny thing is, they clicked the poll. Like, hey, you put a poll in front of my face, I'll click it. But if you ask me to click one extra time to go to an extra website before I click the poll, I'm not going to do the poll. That is a beauty that, and I just love that. I love that. It's like the synergy of the answer with the action is so strong. I get it. I don't want to do anything either. Not doing stuff is better than doing stuff in a lot of cases, right? I mean, some days. Like today, I would rather not be live streaming. I think I'd rather be just sleeping. but I enjoy live streaming. I want to live stream. I want to hang out with you guys. I want to show the HH Challenge account. I wanted to talk about the bracket. There's too much that I need to do that I also want. So there's a part of me that's just like, just go to sleep. It's Sunday. It's raining. It's like, just nap on the couch with the dog. Like, that would be awesome. But hey, Shock. Good to see you. You're not too lazy to say you're lazy. You were too exhausted from clicking the poll. That's good. Hey, Suzanne is here. Good to see you. Matt Davis. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback. So only 17% of people are not interested in the event. And that sounds like a completely great number to me, actually. I'm happy that 17% of people are not interested in the content. That's fine. That's absolutely great. If it were like 60% of people were not interested in the content, then I'd be in trouble, I think. but I don't expect all of my content to appeal to all of my viewers. I'm sure you all have your favorite things. Some of you probably like the Monday, plan your week kind of things. Maybe other people like seeing the HH challenge account. Maybe other people like the guides, and that's great. Some people don't watch the live streams. Some people only watch the live streams. Cool. The bracket system is too confusing. I hope my explanation helped. And honestly, what I would say is give it a try anyway. Try it and see if it just works anyway. Because really, it just leads you through the process. And you may just be happier like having a bracket in. So then as the content progresses, you have something to you have skin in the game. You have some investment other than just figuring out, what everybody thinks. And then I don't trust the website. That's always fair. I can't convince you otherwise. I can't do a whole lot more. Potentially we could try next year to do some additional security things. But the thing is, anytime we add additional security, it also creates a bar to entry. So some people would be more confident if there were higher security, and other people would feel like, I don't want to jump through an extra hoop to do your security to engage in the content. So I think it's a reasonable caution. If you don't trust the website, that's fair. That's entirely up to you. Yeah, people who have never watched March Madness don't understand how fun it is. And I do think that hopefully this event will be like people's introduction to this kind of thing, that they'll be willing to stick around, watch it, enjoy it, and realize, oh, this is actually a really cool thing that you can do. I will say this, like the March Madness tournament in the US, which is so the collegiate athletics in the United States are run by an organization called the National Collegiate Athletic Association, the NCAA. And some people don't like them because it feels like they exploit college athletes. So there is like a little bit of that. But what they have is they have divisions of schools. So there are something like 160-ish, I think, Division I schools. Those are the schools that have the top athletics in the country. And they're not all the best. It's not like the best 160. It's more like you opt in and it's about scholarships. How many scholarships can you give? How much money can you put into sports? If you're Division II or Division III, you might actually be better than a Division I team, but you don't put as much money or focus into sports. And so what happens is, you have the whole regular season, you have the different conference tournaments, and then you put the best 64 Division I teams into a bracket and make them fight it out for the national championship. And it lasts a whole month. And you always have these underdog stories of these tiny schools that, knock off these big giant schools. It's a lot like if you watch Premier League soccer football in the UK, it's a lot like, say, the FA Cup, right? Where you have smaller teams that have smaller salary budgets and, might be from lower tiers in the pyramid. So you have a second tier team or a third tier team that makes it kind of far. And you call them giant killers, right? Like they have or giant slayers, whatever it is, that term that people use. And it's like, you want to see that third team tier from, League One or whatever it is, make it all the way through to, I guess League One is France, actually, whatever it is. Like I forget all of your designations. But from the championship, if you want them from the you want to see a championship team beat a premiership team. Like that's exciting. And that's the exact same thing that happens here, except it's all college teams. But you have universities that put in millions of dollars and have dozens of scholarships to hand out versus schools that don't do that very much or don't have that money, don't have that reputation. And, and then you seed everybody based on power. So it's like you even have you know how big an upset is, because when the 15 seed knocks off the 2 seed, you're like, that's a huge upset. A top 4 team or a top 8 team in the country got knocked off by a team that's like ranked 50th or 60th. There are only 20 teams in the premiership? Is that what it is? 20 teams. So it's like when you're talking about the 50th ranked team, you're talking about a tier 3 team beating a tier 1 team. That would be the equivalent here. And it all happens in 1 month. It's incredibly exciting, even if you don't really care about the individual teams. You can't know all the players on all 64 teams. That's just not something that most people do. And typically everybody has like a favorite university that they root for. But at the same time, you just get sucked up into the whole thing because of all of, you got these 18-year-old kids just having the best game of their lives on national TV against a massive, like favorite, and they knock them off with the last second shot and they go crazy and the whole school descends on the court and everybody, is screaming, and it's madness that happens in March, and it happens every year, and it's fantastic. It's one of the best events in sports in the United States because it's not a pro event, right? It's just kids playing basketball because they love basketball. I mean, some of them have professional aspirations. They want to play in the NBA. But, for the most part, it's just a bunch of college kids playing a really big tournament and having the time of their lives. And it's super fun. We're never going to capture that. We can't capture all of that, But if you ever watch March Madness, some of the fun for the viewer is filling out the brackets and making the predictions. And usually you do like an office pool and everybody puts in $10 and the winner wins the whole thing or whatever, So like there could be the excitement of a little bit of gambling as well. But it's just really fun to see the brackets, think, predict an upset, and then you have it come to fruition and you just get really excited. It's absolutely a great sporting event. And I think I'm not even I like basketball, but I didn't play basketball a lot when I was a kid. I just kind of pick up in the backyard kind of thing. But I don't even need to know the players. I just watch March Madness because it's chaos and it's excitement and it's fantastic. Booger says, my bracket is so good, I'm calling the takeover now. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, so anyway, League One is in the 3rd tier in England, obviously. Okay, but isn't League One also the name of the league in France? Like, isn't that the top league in France is League One? So this is the weird thing about, like, I know that people look at America and think we're weird. Like, if you don't grow up here, you look at America and you're like, there's so many weird things Americans do. Granted, that's fine. By the way, you all do weird stuff too. Everybody does weird stuff. And one of the weirdest things to us in America about soccer in England, and the UK, I should say, I'm sorry, not just England, but the UK, and really in all of Europe, but specifically, is that the top league isn't called the Championship. It's the Premiership. You have the Premiership, and then you have the Championship. And then you have a Champions League. It's like, it's the most confusing naming system for sports. Like, you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that. Like, and the crazy thing is, below that, you have League One. Okay, here's the way you reorder it. League One, League Two, League Three, League Four. That's all you need to do. Not the Premiership, then the Championship, then League One. Guys, make no sense. You do weird stuff too. And then you have like a mid-season cup and an end-of-season cup, and then you have the league championship. You can win the league title. You win the league title in the regular season, and then you pit up your different champions against each other for games that in America would be like the Super Bowl, and you don't even care. You're like, it's the Community Shield. I don't care. It's like, yeah, but it's the winner of the league against the winner of the tournament. It's like, yeah, but whatever. It doesn't mean that much. It's like, it should be the biggest one. It's the smallest one. Nobody cares. So, yeah. Well, thanks for participating in my poll, you lazy people. I appreciate that there were basically 15 people who were lazy enough to not fill out the bracket, but were not lazy enough to avoid the poll. So you could get motivated to fill out the poll, but not the bracket. Do a little arena here, maybe. All the comparing it to English soccer doesn't help me understand it. Could you compare it to Dutch soccer, please? I'm sorry, Hammerhawk, I can't, because there is no comparison to Dutch soccer. You know this to be true. Why would you compare Dutch soccer to anything else? I was just a little, I was just being friendly to Sun there. Throwing some love towards the Dutch. Yeah, I understand the tier system, the pyramid system completely. I understand that. And I think it's actually kind of cool. It's a cool way to do sports. The promotion and demotion system in European soccer pyramids is actually kind of cool. It really ups the stakes for every position in the field. You know, like in the NFL, in the United States, the American Football League is called the National Football League. And what happens is if you lose, you just like the only thing it affects really is your draft status. So the worst team gets to draft the first player the following season. And so when all the collegiate football players come out of college and declare for the NFL, where they can now be drafted, we have a draft system. And the draft system is very cool too. I'm not saying it's not also cool. People get excited about drafting. It's actually really fun. And it's very exciting. But some people hate it. Some people are like, it's not exciting at all because it doesn't happen on the field. But if you're like a huge sports fan, drafting is actually, because it's a lot about like what's going to happen with your team. You know, you're excited for the potential for the following season or the season after that. But you don't go anywhere in the league. You're still in the league. And you have the same schedule basically next year as you had the year before. And then the reason I think in the US they don't have a promotion and a demotion system is because of the fortunes involved. You know, like every NFL franchise is worth over $1 billion at this point. So what happens when a premier team gets knocked down to the championship? They lose a ton of value, right? Like literally the team loses hundreds of millions of dollars in value instantaneously. Now they have that payment system where like they're like when you get demoted, you get a little bit of a like sorry you got demoted payment, which is a couple $100 million over like 2 or 3 years. I forget what it's called, but it's to make sure that your team doesn't fold because it got promoted. So they don't want you to go bankrupt because you were just spending all this money on Premier League salary, but now you're in the championship where salaries should be lower, but you're still locked into these higher salaries. And you can't charge as much money, and you're not winning the same prize money. So they kind of give you like a little bit of a parachute payment to like, it's like a severance package, right? Like, sorry you got fired from the league. Here's, 2 seasons worth of payments to make sure that your team doesn't fold. And so you have those teams that like actually hover there. They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. And they do that because it's actually profitable to do so. You buy better, players for a year or two. You get promoted. You get the big payment for getting promoted, and then you get demoted, and you get the parachute payment when you get demoted. So as long as you get promoted within the next, 3 seasons, you can actually do that pretty profitably. And some people hate that, but that's the same thing. Like here, we have teams that just live at the bottom of the standings because they can still charge the same ticket prices, but they don't have to pay their players, and they don't have to have good facilities. So it happens everywhere. Sauce. Shock says, America is weird to me being Dutch. And then Sauce says, America is weird to me being American. Shock. Yeah. if you don't recognize the weirdness in your own culture, then you're not paying attention, or like, you know, you got an ego issue. But every country is weird. We all do our weird things. It's just funny that like the weird things that we do feel really normal, and the weird things our neighbors do are like, what's wrong with you people? You know, it's like. We're arguing about football teams now. Yeah, parachute payment. That's what it's called. Yeah, and of course, right now you've got the whole issue of foreign money coming in from the Middle East, right, and buying like from, I should say, the Emirates is primarily the Emirates are buying up sports teams in other areas. They're even creating their own leagues and buying players from other areas. And when you have like billions of dollars kind of in the national fund, and you can do whatever you want with it, you know, it's all oil money. And they want to get into sports. So that's what they're doing. Well, it creates a weird issue, right? Because I think in the UK especially, you know, it's been going on for like a decade now, or maybe a little bit longer. But there was some resistance to allowing non-UK citizens and companies to buy teams in the Premier League. And it's weird. You know, it is kind of weird because it's a national pastime. Like it's not like a regular company. You know what I mean? Like if McDonald's got bought out by, I don't know, like a, you know, a German conglomerate or a Chinese conglomerate or, you know, a whatever. It's like, okay, then McDonald's got bought out. And it's like McDonald's is everywhere. You know, but the English Premier League is literally like the UK Premier League. I don't. You're the UK sometimes, but not other times in football, so it confuses me because like you have an England team, not a UK team when you go to the World Cup or when you go to the Olympics, right? But then, like, so there's a Scotland team clearly in the UK, but they have their own team. Same with Wales. You know, so it would be for us, it would be like California having its own team. It would feel like, but I understand California is not a country. I don't want to insult anybody. Like Scotland is its own country, but it's also collectively part of the country. I don't understand the UK. So you do weird stuff too. I know there's a lot of history there. I don't want to tread on anybody's, you know, cultural stuff. But I'm saying from the outside looking in, it's weird. It's weird that you have countries within countries that are sometimes a country together and sometimes countries separately. I can say England for the Premier League. So the Premier League is right because there's a Scottish Premier League, right? So each nation has its own soccer league or soccer pyramid, not soccer league. It's literally a pyramid. They have their own pyramid. So it's not the Premiership is English, not United Kingdom Premier League, right? Okay. Welsh teams play in the English League, but Scottish teams play in the Scottish League. Okay. It's definitely not confusing. I want to see my viewer numbers right now. I wonder if people have just bailed out of this live stream like en masse. There's like 7 of us who are interested in soccer. Oh, we still have 98 viewers. I apologize to all those viewers who don't care about soccer. The Premiership is a rugby union. It's not a Premiership. It's the Premier League. Yeah, okay. I like soccer and I watch the Premier League from time to time. I like watching the Champions League. I love the World Cup. I think it's one of the best sporting events in the world. It's absolutely fantastic. But, you know, FIFA's corrupt, of course. Just like the Olympic Committee, the IOC is corrupt. The NFL is corrupt. Like everybody's corrupt when it comes to that level of sports because there's just too many billions of dollars, so there's a lot of corruption. But when it just comes down to like seeing the players on the field and the people, the fans getting excited for it, like I love the Olympics. I love the Olympics, but I think the World Cup is actually even better than the Olympics in terms of like excitement and just camaraderie and focus and, you know, execution. Like generally World Cups go off better than Olympics do. Olympics are always too chaotic. Like the one in Russia was just ridiculous. You know, you have an entire city built, you know, in a few months' time, and then it's fallen apart as the athletes are using it. You know, they don't even have bathrooms and stuff. The Premier League used to be called the Premiership. Be glad for viewer figures that you don't like cricket. Yeah, I like cricket. I like all sports. I don't watch sports much anymore. I played a ton of sports in my lifetime. I've probably still got more hours playing sports than I have playing video games, surprisingly. Like, maybe that's not true. It's been 10 years. It's probably not true anymore. You know, but yeah, so like my three big hobbies for most of my life have been sports, books, and video games. Like those are the three things I do the most. And you would think like video games and books are very sedentary indoor kind of things, and maybe that's why I love sports so much. You know, so from skiing to tennis to volleyball to soccer to football to basketball, ultimate frisbee, highlight. Like I don't, you know, I didn't play hockey or lacrosse, but I would. You could, you know, name a sport. I probably tried it out. You know, table tennis. It's like I love all sports. So Wales is a principality technically, but they have a national team that can qualify for the Olympic or for the World Cup. So they're inside the English National League on a league standing, but they're outside the English national team in terms of national standing. AJ plays. Don't mind me grinding champ training while listening to you yap. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. Did I try climbing? Yeah, I did rock climbing. I love rock climbing. I would say I did rock climbing kind of actively for about 6 years when I was a teenager. And then, you know, as you get older and you're doing more and more other things, like your hobbies kind of narrow down. And so I haven't done it much. My wife actually also did rock climbing when she was younger, and we've talked about getting back into it because it's one of the few physical things that we would both have experience doing and we would both enjoy doing. The other one being like bike riding. But she doesn't like play team sports really. So, you know, this is one of those few kind of athletic things that she does enjoy. Hard to rock climb when you're pregnant though. So. You thought you were listening to ESPN radio. Not for the Olympics, but for the Football World Cup. So Wales is part of the England team for the Olympics, but it's got its own team for the World Cup. That's even weirder to me. Like, because isn't the qualifying system the same? Like, they're both FIFA qualifiers. Okay. All right, what should I be doing? I should also be doing champion training while I yap. Well, the good news is we got about 40 extra prediction brackets from my rant on the prediction brackets. I hope that helped. I hope other people watch this video in time to get in. So now we're up to 211 predictions. We were at what, 177? So 34 additional predictions. That's good. I want to see if I can get past Baumel. We're going to try to get past Baumel. We need to get this Master Butcher up to about level 30 at least. We'll try him there. I don't really want to book him out. I could, though. I got plenty of books, but I want to save the books for the CVC. We've lost the last 2 CVCs. I really need some Blood Shield rings. How many points do you get for a legendary during Champion Chase? During Champion Chase, I think a legendary, a regular legendary is 500 points and a void legendary is 650. I think that's the points. Okay, I got you, Darren. So Northern Ireland and Wales are, just for the Olympics, they're folded in. So really, what about Scotland? So Scotland is its separate thing in the Olympics, but not anywhere else? Or it's separate in the Olympics and everywhere else, I mean. But but Wales and Northern Ireland are part of the UK team. So in the Olympics, it's the United Kingdom, it's not England. And then in all the other sports, it's England and not the United Kingdom. So it's not really a United Kingdom. It's like a sometimes United Kingdom. Sorry, that's a stupid joke. It's like when you bring a date to like a family event and they're like, "Oh, is this your girlfriend?" And you're like, "No, it's just my friend." It's like we don't really put a label on it. Like, we haven't had that discussion yet. We're together, but she's not my girlfriend. That's kind of how it works in sports in the UK, right? Like, yeah, we're together. Like, oh, so they're English. No. No, that's Wales. They're Welsh. Right? and Wales is like, at the same time, just like the girl's like, whoa. You know, like, hey, don't call me English. That's insulting. Right. I know that distinction, the distinction between Great Britain and UK. Yeah, I'm sorry if I've said that incorrectly. I am aware of that distinction. That's also weird. You guys are really weird. You are way weirder than Americans are. All of you collectively are weird. So let's see. You've got a big island. Yeah, okay. So you got a big island, and the big island is 3 countries: Wales, England, and Scotland. And that island is Great Britain, which is why we call you British and not English. And then there's the United Kingdom, which includes Northern Ireland, which is on a different island, but part of the same collection of countries that makes up the United Kingdom. But then on the island that Northern Ireland is on, there's another country called Ireland, the Republic. I don't know what it's. Northern Ireland and the Republic of I don't want to insult anybody with my ignorance. And that's an independent nation that's not part of the United Kingdom. And in fact, that's where a lot of the conflict came from in Ireland, is those 2 different Irelands, right? And it was a Protestant versus Catholic thing, as I understand. And that like England conquered that area of Ireland, and those people became Church of England, I guess. I don't know. Or some of them did. So very complicated history. A lot of royal families intermarrying, and then also wars fought. When you look at the outside, from the outside in, looking at a place like that, and I'm not making any kind of political statement here, but when you look at a place like that from the outside in, you think, oh, wouldn't it be just simpler if you guys were all the buddies? Like, you're all neighbors, you're all on the islands together. Like, make the island one big island and like support each other, and then you'll be stronger together. And of course that's like incredibly dismissive of all of the history that goes on. Like, it's just like, no, dude, do you not have any idea how much like hatred and bloodshed there's been over centuries for this? It's like, oh, sorry. I didn't think about that. And then simultaneously, I live in a tiny state, in a tiny area of a big country, and we don't all band together. It's like New England doesn't band together and become one state. We all protect our identity. Massachusetts wants to be Massachusetts. Rhode Island wants to be Rhode Island. New Hampshire wants to be New Hampshire. They're all different. And so, you look at a map and you're just like, oh yeah, just mush those guys together. They'll be great. And then in your own life, you're like, ew, get over the line. You're on the wrong side of the line. Like, get over there. We don't like you so much. You say your R's weird ways. Yeah. And your O's. Like the Boston Red Sox. Like the Red Sox. It's socks. Don't you know how to say the word socks? They're socks. Like, get away from me. Go back to Massachusetts. Strange is when you go to the shop and the price on the item is $5, but the cashier asks you to pay $5.45 because we have sales tax. Not strange. It's just different than how you do it, right? Your prices include the sales tax, or you don't have sales tax. That's fine. What's weird to us is that in other places in the world, you go up to the counter and they're like, the price on this is $5, but I only want to pay you $3. And then you haggle. How's the price not the price? No, the price is just like a recommendation. It's the price you shouldn't pay, because if you do, you're a fool. In the US, it's just the price. Like, we walk in, we give you the money, we walk out. In other places in the world, you walk in and you argue about the money for half an hour, and then you walk out maybe with the thing that you wanted. But if they didn't give you a good price, you walk out without it. We don't have the time for that. We are way too busy here. Like, $5? Yeah, sounds good. Or $5? No way. And then I go do something else. It's over instantaneously. Why would you haggle? Have I heard Trump speaking? Trump doesn't represent America to even people who vote for him. Like, he's eccentric, I guess, would be the friendly term, or a megalomaniac would be the unfriendly term, right? Like, he's a weird dude, regardless of what you think about him. He looks strange. He talks strange. He acts strange. And you could say that about other people in politics, but I think he's not really a politician. He comes from an even weirder world, which is like the mega rich. His perception of reality is different than everybody else's. And so, yeah, he's weird, but you can't judge us by him. Just like we can't judge you by, your weird people. Like, your weirdest people aren't representative of your weirdness. They're just whatever they are. Yeah, so you do your prices differently. You do your prices post-tax. We do our prices pre-tax. I would prefer if we did it your way, right? But the reason that we do it the other way is so that you always know how much tax you're paying. Americans want to know about their taxes. Taxes are incredibly important to Americans. I mean, the reason we're America is because we didn't want to pay British taxes. We were like, we're not paying you. You're way over there doing nothing for us, folks. If we're going to pay taxes, we're going to pay them right here. We're not paying them to you. So Try to haggle in the shops in Europe, you will get punched in the face. All right. I don't know. Every country, every culture is a little bit different, you know? Megalomaniac is the exact word. Yeah. America has Weird Al Yankovic. Exactly. He's weird. He's fun. I love it. I love Weird Al. He's great. Kirk says our weirdest leader was born in New York. That's not the reason. That's not the reason he's weird. There's a lot of weirdness that comes out of New York, but that's not the reason the weirdness comes out of New York. If you know what the tax rate is, you can deduct it from the total price, which requires everybody to do a little bit of math, and it's hiding behind an extra layer, right? Like if the price is $5 and I'm paying $5.45, what did I pay in taxes? Whatever I paid over $5. Like the math is, it's done for you. You know what I mean? Whereas if I pay $5, I don't actually know what the tax is, and then I have to inquire about it. I'm like, well, what was the tax? Oh, it's 17%, or it's 3%, or it's whatever. And now I got to find out. Like, that's a much harder math problem, by the way. To do taxes in reverse, to do percentages in reverse is way, way harder. Like, to take 15% of anything, right, is easy. But to figure out what number you had to add 15% to get the number you landed on, way harder. And trust me, I've taught that. I've taught both of those problems to high schoolers for years. That's fine. If it's like 15% across the board everywhere or something, then you know, and whatever. And that's easier. But you have to remember, we are 50 different states, and every state has its different taxes. So when you cross a border and you go into a new state, you don't know what the rate is. It is on the receipt, and it's always on the receipt. We're going to try this out. We're going to see if it works. I don't know if I should bring in Archer or if I should bring in Mordecai or if I should bring in Deacon. And I think Master Butcher needs to be in the last spot. I think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I mean, one of the things that happens with any kind of institutional system that just pervades a culture or a country is that eventually people think that that's the way things are always done or the way they should be done. Every system's flawed, right? The American system's flawed, the Dutch system's flawed, the English system is flawed, the South African system is flawed. Everybody's system is flawed in a particular way. And you might just look at your system and say, it makes complete sense. It's like, well, yeah, you've grown up with it. You've been using it for the last 30 or 40 or 70 years. And so it makes complete sense to you. But that doesn't mean an outsider is just going to naturally just pick it up. You know, that's like the worst thing when you go traveling. When you go traveling and you ask a basic question about like how a culture works just because you don't know, you know, and they're like, people look at you like you're a complete moron because even a 5-year-old child in their country knows how that works. It's like, yeah, I get it. I've just traveled through 9 countries in 11 days. Every place is freaking different. Can you just please answer the question? Just be polite. I'm from somewhere else, you know? And it's true here in America, too. Like when people, you know, from other countries, like ask, you know, how something works, and Americans are like, what's wrong with you? Like, that's really rude. It's really rude. This person is expanding their experiences. They've come to your place where you live because they've heard it's a good place to come. and they want to see what you're all about. And you yell at them because they don't understand everything. It's like, how that's a huge dick move. It's a really big dick move, And granted, like Americans often will go other places and like act super American and be angry that in Thailand they can't get, their American expectations met. It's like, well, open your mind a little bit. It's Thailand. It's a different culture. It's a different place. It's a different economic system. They do things differently. Don't go there if you just want it to be like, a styled version of where you live. It's like, no, but they've got cool whatever. It's like they've got cool things to look at. I want to just look at cool things in a place that's exactly like America. Like, don't be that way. That's pointless. Will Armands control bomb turn meter? You can't control the turn meter of the dread bombs, if that's what you're asking. No. I wasn't counting. Was that attack number 1 or 2? I think it was attack number 2. Yeah, that's the same thing, Mike. You're right. It's like, I'm here at the gym trying to get in shape. Don't make fun of me for trying to get in shape because I'm not in shape yet. Like, the gym isn't just for the people who are already super fit. Like, you could work out at home. The reason that you don't is because you want to show off a little bit, or it's just not convenient. That's fine too. I'm not saying everybody does, but some people do. All right, so he already died, so he's not going to help me. I guess I could revive him. Ah, Bommel, you're a pain in my ass. I don't know whether it's a myth, but the US people are seen as insular and don't travel abroad as much as other people. We can be insular. That's very true. We only have 2 neighbors. Like, when you're thinking about countries, right? We have Canada and Mexico. And they're relatively far apart. And, some people in the US don't live close to either one. You could live 1,000 miles away from both of them. To some extent, people see interstate travel, like traveling amongst the states of the United States, kind of like international travel. There's so many different regions and states in the US that each one has its own culture and so people like traveling around the country. And Americans do travel quite a bit. But there are areas of the country or demographics of the country that don't travel outside the United States very often. And so, yeah, we can be seen as insular. There are reasons for it, right? Even our foreign policy for a long time was very insular until World War II. So, yeah, there's a different feel here to being in Europe. In Europe, everybody has neighbors, and the neighbors aren't that far away. In some cases, your neighbors are closer than your countrymen. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could be like, oh yeah, see that house over there? That's another country. And it's like, so most of my neighbors are actually, from a different country. And it might be culturally the same. There are also those kind of things in Europe where, like, the cultural borders and the national borders aren't always the same thing. And so it creates these blended cultures, which the US doesn't really have as much. Like, the closest thing to a blended culture that you would consider in the US is probably like Mexican American culture, right? There are a lot of people who have come to the U.S. from Mexico. It's our largest sort of immigrant population, and always will be. And then you could also talk about like the racial divide in the U.S. You know, the white Americans versus African Americans, not versus, I would guess, but just that dichotomy, and you know, there being like a white culture and a black culture. There's still a blended culture. There's always a blended culture, and in some areas, the blended culture is the dominant culture, and in other areas, those cultures are very separated. So you have that as well. But you know, like when I traveled to Europe this summer, it was like every couple of hours of driving, and it's like you're entering a new area where the culture has shifted. Much more so than even in the United States where that happens. Like when you go from like, if you travel 3 states over, you've got a different culture. But even regionally, like within countries in Europe, like if you go to Italy, you know, like northern Italy and southern Italy feel very different from each other, and they view each other as different, even though they're all Italian. You know, or they think of themselves as a collective, but simultaneously as different. And there's like, you know, intranational kind of biases, right? Where you're like, oh yeah, you know, those people down there, they know how to make a good pizza, but we don't trust them so much, or whatever. You know, I'm just spitballing here. I don't really know. But it's the same thing in my experience with like people in England. I've known many English people. I'm saying specifically from England, not the UK, not Great Britain, but English people. One of the difficulties, somebody asked me, like, YSC came on a live stream and they were like, you should do each other's accents. And I'm like, I have no idea. There are like 50 English accents. And you have a different accent. Like if you live 7 miles away from somebody, you have a different accent. How is that possible? Like that makes no sense to me. You know, it's like to get away from this accent, you have to drive at least 100 miles in a direction. You know, maybe not, because I'm not that far from New York City, and there are like 5 or 6 different distinct accents in New York City, maybe a little bit more. You know, but in general, it's like all over the UK and all over England. It's like you go 5 miles that way, they've got this accent. You go 5 miles that way, they've got this accent, and we don't like either of those people. It's like our accent's the right one. Is Zoella any good? She is. She is actually fairly good. Mike is thinking of taking a break after this fusion to work on his referrals. That's a good call. Mahai, okay. Yes, I'm sure there are reasons for it. And I'm sure there are like justifications for the reasons, and the justifications and the reasons aren't the whole story. You know, like whatever you happen to think about it for whatever reason. There's a story in my family I think is very funny. My grandparents were born in the countries that predated Yugoslavia. So Yugoslavia was a nation that was formed out of the world wars, right? And became a single nation, but it was a collection of Slavic countries, and Yugoslavia actually meant like South Slavic nation. That's basically what it meant. So it was countries that had cultural similarities, a shared cultural heritage, but thought of themselves as distinctly different groups. But they kind of all got banded together through various mechanisms. But so my grandmother's family was from an area that is part of Croatia, which is called the Dalmatian coast. So it's right on the Adriatic Sea. She comes from a city called Split. It's a beautiful place. I just visited this summer. I've been there once before when I was a kid. And so it's a coastal area. And my grandfather was from the place near the capital. He was just outside the capital, actually, or his family was. And so it was an inland area, agricultural area. His father was a businessman who moved around the country, all of the countries, like within Yugoslavia, even before Yugoslavia existed. And he was upper middle class, I guess you would call him. He was part of the gentry kind of thing, like an aristocrat, sort of, just based on his education and his business success. So he wasn't part of like a royal family or anything like that. Just, the nouveau riche, I guess, so my grandfather's like regional bias was that he was like a more urbanite, kind of sophisticated type of guy, and my grandmother's sort of regional bias is that they were like, they lived in like the most beautiful place, and it was like one of the oldest places in the country where like the Roman emperors retired and stuff. So they had culture and art and beauty and, maritime stuff. And so on like their, I don't know, it was like their 60th wedding anniversary or whatever. We're having a party for them. And my grandfather's telling this story where there's this legend or this folk tale, whatever you want to call it, in his area where his family is from. And you got to kind of put yourself in a historical perspective here, because it's going to sound really awful, but it's also really funny. So in the area where he came from, they said if a baby was born defective, they would throw it in the river to like drown it, to kill it, to prevent the defection from, spreading through the population. So if a baby was born defective, they would, and this is something that a lot of cultures did. I don't know if this is just an exaggerated thing for the joke, or if this is actually something that happened in practice. I mean, he was born in 1910. He wasn't born in like, 910. So, but what he would say is, there were different defects in babies, and some babies were born without brain. And when you throw a baby with an empty head in the river, it floats. It doesn't drown because it doesn't have a brain. It's got an empty head. There's a big bubble of air up there, and they just float down the river to Split, where people fish them out of the river and raise them as split skis. So all the dumb people live in Split, according to the people from my grandfather, from the capital, because they're all the babies that had empty heads that survived the journey down the river. So this is like their 60th wedding anniversary, and he's sitting around the table with my family telling this story and crying. He's just laughing so hard. And my grandmother, who's super dignified and, like very posh, she's just got her chin up. She's just looking in the other direction. He's sitting over here, She's just ignoring him like he doesn't exist. On their 60th wedding anniversary, he doesn't exist, and she'd drink her wine. He's talking about how stupid Dalmatians are. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a regional bias, right? That happens in Europe. It's like even your folklore includes reasons to hate your neighbor. You're like, oh God, I can't stand those people. Like, where do they live? They live like 30 miles that way. I can't take them. They're so weird. It's like you could walk there in a day. It's like, yeah, but gosh, I don't like them. I could still see my grandfather just and the funny thing is my grandfather was a fairly dignified guy. He didn't do that a lot, like he didn't just bust out laughing all the time. He was kind of a stoic figure, and he would tell stories and stuff sometimes, but he had this crazy photographic memory. He could remember, I mean, when he was 95, he could tell you the name of the street he lived on when he was 6. He could tell you the neighbors in each and every house. He knew the kids' names. He knew the parents' names. He knew the first and last names. He remembered the numbers on the street. Like, that's the kind of memory this guy had. And, very successful, well, not very successful, but successful businessman. Not like rich businessman, but, did well, moved his family to America, put his kids through college in the 1960s. Straight-laced kind of guy, hard-working guy. And here he is just falling over laughing at this super like bigoted joke about the people who he married into the family. They got married in Split. I saw the chapel. It's like, Darren says, my stepdaughter, who is American, went with her mother and made to see Southern family in Alabama for the first time. And she said, when we get back to America, could I go see my cousin? So she was in Alabama and said, when we get back to America. Is that what she said? Yeah. Don't know about y'all, but I'm in the mood for a poll. That's a good thing. Sounds like the monkey hangers of Hartlepool. In the US, we are highly sensitive, or at least some of us are highly sensitive to like casual prejudice. We want to eliminate, we feel like we're an egalitarian society and that those kinds of regional, racial, religious-based prejudices should not exist. That's the goal. That's the utopia, right, of America. That's the dream, that everybody here is accepted for who they are, that everybody adds to the common good, that our diversity is our strength, right, that our people are the source of our governmental legitimacy, and that, you know, we're all one. Like, that's the dream. In reality, Americans are just as prejudiced and bigoted as everybody else, you know, but we fight it from a sort of social level. I think in some places in Europe, like my grandparents were definitely this way. They just accepted the fact that we're all prejudiced. They're just like, we're all bigoted, and this is our particular type of bigotry, and the people over there have their own, and it's different, and everybody kind of doesn't trust each other and kind of doesn't like each other, but at the same time, we kind of do. You know, like, whatever. Like, we're all like that. I just pointed at that guy. I don't like him. Why? Because he's, you know, he looks like that. I don't know. They wear their hair weird, you know, and it's like, what does that make them? Well, that makes them lazy because they got weird hair. Like, yeah, they're lazy. And those people can't be trusted. They're corrupt. These are lazy. Those are corrupt, right? These are stupid. Those smell funny. These will steal your children. You know, it's like, it's the craziest stuff. It's like, don't leave your dog out around those. They'll steal your dog and they'll probably eat it. But otherwise, they're cool. Like, if you just keep your dog inside, they're great. Bring them over. They're fun to party with. They have really tasty food. But don't leave your dog out. You know, it's like, what? What is that? It's like, I don't know. They come from that town over there. They come from, you know, Stonehouse on the hill. And it's like, don't trust the Stonehouse people around your dog. You can trust them with your daughter. They're very polite to women. But don't trust them with your dog. It's the weirdest stuff. Europe is a strange place. The whole continent, all of you are weird. Everybody, every single one of you, you're weird. So are Americans. Every state is weird. We're all weird. Just accept the fact that we're weird. Doesn't mean we shouldn't fight the wrongs, but, you know, it's like the Stonehouse people. Yeah. You can let them marry your daughter, but don't let them pet your dog. Hartlepool, a ship from the French Navy washed ashore. The only survivor was the pet monkey. As it wouldn't talk, they said it was a spy, and they hung it. That's awful and hilarious. Wait. What did AJ get? You got Newt and Duchess. Jeez. Congrats. Joe Ledger says, except for my state, we're perfectly normal. Exactly. Here's something that you can take with you. I don't even know what I'm doing in the game anymore. We haven't been talking raid much today. There's a thing that happens when you're young and single and dating, right? Not super young, but like in your 20s, let's say, when you're like starting to really get serious about your relationships and you start thinking about like wives and husbands potentially. Not today, but sometime soon. There's this thing where you pretend to be something that you're not. And then you get into a serious relationship and you have to decide how much of that you're going to hold on to and how much of it like you're going to actually reveal, you know? And it can be simple things for like everybody, you know, where like, I don't know if you've ever been in a relationship where like at some point, 6 months in or a year in or whatever, you just start peeing in front of each other in the bathroom. Like somebody will be brushing their teeth and the other one will just come in and pee in the toilet, you know, and you'll be like, we didn't do that 3 months ago, but now we do. Like before this point, we kind of pretended that didn't happen. We closed the door on it and we ignored it. But now, since we know what happens, we're just going to do it in front of each other and we don't care. And some people are like, ooh, that's gross. I'm never doing that. And some people are like, yeah, that's just better. Life is easier if you can do that. You can get over it, you know? And some people, I think, worry about like, it's going to kill the romance because we've seen each other pee. You know, it's like, whatever you call that. I don't know what word you use in your language when you use the toilet. whatever it is. But it's like, you know, there's these secrets that we hold on to. Yeah, I'm super chill about everything. I'm really chill about everything. And then you start living together and you're like, I hate it when you leave your dishes out. You know, and it's like, oh, so you're not super chill about everything. It's like, yeah, but that didn't matter before because we weren't living together. I was super chill about everything when we weren't living together, and she would leave her dishes out and I just put them away after she left. But now that she's living here, if she leaves her dishes out, I'm going to lose my mind every time. It's like, why, you know, why pretend? We're weird. You know, and you have your weirdness too. It's not even just like your peccadillos. It's like your weirdness. You know, like the weird things that you have that not a lot of people have, or some people have, but like nobody admits. You know, I hum when I eat. Like when I eat food, I'm like, I sound like a cartoon character. Now, when I go out to a restaurant, I don't sound like that. When I eat food in my own house, I'm like, I sound like a Viking feast. My wife had no idea. She had no idea. You know, like a year into living together, she was like, what? Why do you make noise when you eat? I'm like, what? She's like, you make all this noise when you eat. I'm like, I do? And I thought about it and I'm like, oh yeah, I do. I don't do that when I'm in public, but I do it, you know, when I'm in private. And now my wife is just part of my life. And it's like, I don't keep it secret from her anymore. I just, it's ridiculous. Son's like, that is not an exaggeration. That is what he sounds like. Yeah, sometimes I'll just be eating here at my desk and my microphone will be on and I'll just, and son just cracks up, just sends me messages like, are you eating wild boar tonight? What's going on? All right, Suzanne. Helicath is fantastic. People have stopped listening to me, son. They're just going on with their lives. They're like, Coleridge just talking about whatever again. I gave you all a soapbox emote so you could shut me up and get me back on track. Nobody uses it. We can meet this team. There you go, Denise. What do you mean you did? It was my idea. Actually, it might have been your idea now that I think of it. I think we collaborated on it. You had like a bar of soap, I think, and I had you turn it into a box, right? I think that's what happened. Of course, you got it because of me being on a soapbox and saying it. Like it was my word. You didn't come up with the idea that I was on a soapbox. I know I get up on my soapbox. Oh, somebody asked for a poll. I've got a poll. I got a poll for you. If we told you to shut up, there would be no channel. Well, you're all here, so I guess there's something entertaining or useful about me talking. But sometimes I've had people, there was a guy, I don't know if it was a guy, there was a viewer. We were doing the Noob versus Pro live streams for a little while. You know, I don't know how many weeks, maybe 8-10 weeks, something like that. And then we got to No Dime December. Now, if you've been around on the channel, you remember No Dime December. And I was a big proponent for No Dime December. And so I did a spiel on No Dime December in one of my live streams. And then like 2 or 3 weeks later, I did another one. And honestly, like we were talking about No Dime December a bit because we have conversations in the live streams. People ask questions, we answer it. But at one point, a viewer like 2 or 3 weeks into the sort of the No Dime December was like, these live streams have become literally unwatchable. It was just like, this is the most awful stuff I've ever seen. I was like, well, thanks for taking the time, I guess, to tell me that. Like, I don't know what to do with that, feedback. Like, all right, you don't care about No Dime December or you disagree with me. That's totally fine. But, so to a certain extent, it's like, I'm not trying to chase people away. I'm also not trying to convince people to come watch if they're not going to enjoy the content, because it is going to be what it is. I can't change who I am, and I'm not interested in doing so. I don't mind tweaking. I have a lot of interests. I don't mind tweaking the spectrum of what we cover if it's within my area of interest, expertise, and passion. Like that's great. But yeah. You did No Dime December, Denise? That's great. I appreciate you doing that. AJ plays, who's my most wanted epic right now for the free-to-play? I don't have one. I don't have a single epic I care about. If I got no more champions from here until the end of the challenge, I'd be completely fine. Yeah. This is the thing, like, go look at the leaderboards. Maybe we could do this right now. Now, I'm not trying to say that's a bad question. I'm trying to say this shows something about how I approach account building. It's a good question, AJ. I'm not trying to say it's not a good question. So let me go show you something. I gotta pull it up first. Give me just a second. So I don't know if you've been tracking the scores on the leaderboard. Okay, so let me. Why is it showing that website? Oh. There we go. All right, so this is like the team leaderboard, right? So if you look, Team YST, it's my team. We're doing well. We're in first place now. I've got 4,600 points. Notorious 4,100. YST just crossed 4,000. We're doing really well. Team's doing great. Now I've been sort of in the middle or back of the pack on the team for a long time. I had COVID the first month, and then more recently I've probably been in like the middle of the pack. For the most part, I've been third or fourth. And then recently I've started to come on, and really pick up some points. Now, part of that is tactics. That's just sort of what I'm doing with the account. I'm not trying to push fast. I don't care about pushing fast. I care about ending up in a good spot and showing people how to build free-to-play accounts. Now, it's a 90-day challenge. I'm making some choices that I wouldn't make, and I wouldn't suggest you make for a long-term free-to-play account. But one of the things that I'm doing, which is a big part of my philosophy on this channel, is I'm trying to optimize my champions as opposed to invest in lots of champions. I think fewer champions that represent a good mix of skill sets that synergize well together, then optimized, geared properly, speed tuned, full masteries. I think that's the way to actually properly build an account. It doesn't always result in the fastest progression, but it results in very good all-around progression, which over time can result in better income in free-to-play resources. I don't know. I'm talking over here. I could be talking to you. You're right there. So, so you can see I'm in first place here. But if you look at the leaderboards, like if you look through all the teams, I think there's actually a community leaderboard. Okay. So this is the community leaderboard. Now, this includes all the people who are participating and signed up. This is not just content creators. And you can see there are several people who are very high up. You know, Panda, free to play, it's got 7,480 points. I don't think he's a content creator. I don't think any of these are like content creators who are in the actual competition. I don't know every content creator by name, but I know most of them. So I think the highest ranked one in the actual competition, in the 50 content creators who are taking part in the the content creator battle, is Cropsio here. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce his name. We'll call him Crop, right? So Crop is 7th overall, but I think he's the number 1 point total in the content creator program. Not the content creator program, in the content creator group. Mullet Reaver is 2nd. Odd One is 3rd. And I think I'm 4th. I might be missing somebody. I might be 5th. But I think I am now 4th. Now, there's a gap there. I'm at 4,400, and even Odd One's at 48. And obviously, Mullet and Crop are over 5,000 pretty substantially. So now I'm not doing anything to force the issue here, really. Like, I'm not doing a major push to get a lot of points that I think are like soft points or just like inflate my points. Like, I'm getting points through the process of doing the things that I think are valuable in the game. I'm not trying to like toot my own horn here and say like I'm the 4th best content creator. I'm not saying that at all. You know, luck factors in, how much time you've played, put into the game factors in. There are a lot of different factors here. But what I'm trying to show is that you can be effective doing what I'm doing. And what I'm doing is very different from what Mullet Reaver is doing. Now, clearly, he's also very effective. Arguably more effective, right? By the point total, he's significantly more effective. But if you take a look at the leaderboards now, look at the champion development. Mullet Reaver has 11 6-star champions. I have 5. So he has more than double my number of 6-stars. And yet he's ranked 2nd and I'm ranked 4th. Right? Go back to the actual website and look a little bit closer, and you'll see some interesting things. Mullet Reaver is 3rd in Great Hall development. He's 7th here in Faction Wars progression. I'm not on the list. I'm not on the list here either. In Classic Arena, he's 1. He's actually gotten a Platinum Arena. I'm not on the list. In Tag Team Arena, he is... Actually, is he not on the list? He's not on the list, surprisingly enough. Despite having 11 6-star champions, he's not here. Maybe he's just not focused there. I'm in Bronze 2, by the way. So Bronze 2 starts at rank 7, but we're not all listed. Fastest champion, I'm actually on the board at 7. I have a Deacon Armstrong at 260. Mullet Reaver's fastest with 300, and he's got his Arbiter. Intense, right? Normal campaign, nothing really there. Let's see. But Nightmare campaign. Let's look at Nightmare campaign. Mullet Reaver was the 3rd. He's got 187 stars. I'm not even on the list. Doom Tower rotation 1, he's 3rd on the list. I'm not on the list. 2nd rotation, he's 2nd on the list. I'm not on the list. 3rd rotation, he's top of the list. I am 5th on the list. Clan Boss, Mullet Reaver's 3rd. I'm not on the list. Hydra, Mullet Reaver's 2nd. I'm 8th. Dragon, I'm actually 1st. I am ranked 1st in Dragon Dungeon. I'm doing hard mode 4, and he's at 25th. He's at 3rd. That's my one high ranking. Ice Golem, I've got 7th. He's got 6th, so we're pretty close there. Fire Knight, he's 2nd. I'm not on the list. Spider, he is 1st. I'm 8th. Minotaur, he's 8th. I'm not on the list. You know, and then the others don't really matter that much, but he's on this, he's 7 here. I'm not on the Arcane Keep. He's 6 here. I'm not on Void Keep. He's 10th here. I'm not on Spirit Keep. You know, like he's 5 here. I'm not on that one. He's 6 here. I'm not on that one. No, I'm 10th. I'm 10th on that one. Now, Iron Twins, he's 1. I'm 4. I'm doing okay there. Sand Devil, he's 4. I'm 5. And then Shogun Grove, he is not on the list. I'm actually 3rd. So that's the only... There are 2 places where I beat Mullet Reaver. Shogun's Grove and Dragon. That's it. He's literally in every other single place. He is ahead of me. And he's got 11 6-star champions, and I've got 5. And I'm not on all of the lists. So how am I 4th overall? It's because I'm good everywhere. Like if you look at my actual ranks, you look at my ranks. All right, so champion development 27th out of 54, so exactly halfway, right? Great Hall development, not high. But Faction Wars, 13. Classic Arena, so I'm not in the top 10, right? But I'm 13. Here I'm 12. Here I'm 17. You know, there I'm 7. Here I'm 23. There I'm 5, 4, 1, 7, 11. A 14, a 12, a 17, a 12, a 13, a 10. I'm good everywhere with 5 champions. And that's all I'm trying to say. You know, he's got 11 6-star champions. I've got 5. And I'm in the top 20 in almost every single area of the game with 5 level 60. That's it. Now, it is entirely fair to look at my roster and say one of those 60s is Nergigante Archer. It's entirely fair to say that. But I've only had her built for less than a week. And I was already making my climb with 4 60s. I had Rathalos, Melga, Deacon, and Athel at 60. And I had Mordecai at 50, and Nergigante Archer wasn't on the team. And I was still in the top 20 in every area with 4 60s. You know, other people have 8, 9, 10, 11. You don't need 60s. You need good champions that work well together in a versatile team composition, and you need to optimize them. And that's a much better free-to-play approach, right? Like in the long run, that's a better free-to-play approach than trying to get a bunch of champions and build them. Like, Mullet Reaver's a phenomenal player. He's a better player than I am. He's a better player than I am. I'm beating HH. HH is a better player than I am. I don't have their knowledge base. I don't have, like, I just am not as good. I'm not as good. But what I'm very good at, is figuring out team compositions that do a lot with just a little. And then sticking to that philosophy and building an entire account around it. I'm here with a bunch of 40s that are all worth 6 stars. And I haven't pulled the trigger on any of them because none of them is a clear path towards significant progress next. Right? I'm still optimizing the champions that I use. I really use 6 champions. I used the level 50 Mordecai. So it's like, he's still got to go to 6 stars. He still needs his masteries complete. But here, complete masteries. Here, basically complete masteries. Here, basically complete masteries. Here, basically complete masteries. Here, complete masteries. You know, I've got blessings on the champions that make sense for the synergies. You know, I don't just go to the website and then pick whatever they tell me, or I don't just think, oh, this is a super powerful one. Like, I think about how I'm using the champion, and then I select the blessing. I think about the gear I have, and then I select the blessing. I've never put cruelty on Deacon Armstrong before, right? But he's an AoE, he's got an AoE hit that comes out frequently. And I didn't have anybody else with cruelty, and I had commanding presence on Mordecai before I pulled Deacon Armstrong. And anytime I need to go fast, right, Deacon's my lead, Mordecai's probably in the team. Would it be better to switch it the other way around? No. Like, it would be better for Deacon to have commanding presence because he's always my speed lead. But I can't put cruelty on Mordecai. It doesn't make sense on Mordecai. Right? He's not going to drop the defense of anybody. He doesn't have an AoE hit. His HP burn is not a hit. So I want Phantom Touch on Athel. That makes complete sense. And I want Brimstone on Rathalos. There are other blessings that also work well, but I don't have a Brimstone champion. Do I want to put Brimstone on Nair Gigante Archer? She has accuracy. It would make a lot of sense. Yes, that's a good idea. But simultaneously, this is a 4-star Brimstone versus a 1-star Brimstone. And she's like my solo champion. She's the champion that doesn't die when everybody else dies. So the tankier she is, the more value I get out of her right now. I can always change the blessing for free in a month or 2 months or 3 months and make that switch. Right now, I've got just enough accuracy here at 157, to get Brimstone out most of the time. I'd like a little bit more. I can increase this accuracy here on this banner. I'm going to do that. I can put a glyph on some of the accuracies. I could probably get him over 200 accuracy. If I can get him to 225, I literally don't need any more accuracy. Not for what I'm doing here, right? I don't care about any, Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss, you need more accuracy. I don't care. I'm not going to Ultra Nightmare. In 90 days, that's not my thing. Unless I pulled something very specific. Unless I pulled a Maneater or Demitha or not even Demitha. Demitha won't get me there. I don't have the gear for a Demitha comp. So unless I pull a Maneater or I can't. Who else could you pull? It's epics only. I can't pull a Helicath. So I would need a Warcaster. I would need unless I pull 2 Warcasters or 2 Maneaters or a Maneater and a Warcaster, I'm not going to Ultra Nightmare. My hope is to just creep up into Nightmare, use a killable comp that, by the way, crushes the game. Right? This composition crushes this game. There are very few challenges that I run it. Iron Twins, no problem. I'm crushing Iron Twins. Shogun, yep. Phantom, or not Phantom, Sand Devil, yep. Dungeons, sure. Every dungeon, pretty much. I struggle with Fire Knight a little bit. How about Doom Tower bosses? Bommel's a pain. Everybody else, pretty good. Pretty good so far. I got a Provoke. I got a Slow. I got a Hex. I got a AoE Stun. Great. Got a massive nuke. Awesome. I've got an AoE HP burn and an increased attack. I've got a triple hit A1 with a weaken. I've got a decreased defense, turn meter fill, turn meter decrease. I've got a shield and a revive and a continuous heal, plus a little bit of extra debuff removal. It's not a cleanse, but every once in a while it helps. What am I missing? I'm missing a cleanser. I'm missing a block debuff. I'm sorry, I'm block buffs. I'm missing a block buffs and a block debuffs I am missing, and a cleanser. Now, Sanguinia's got 2 of those 3. She feels really like she could add something. Ugo's got the other. So Selenia, as much as I would like her, because she would free me from Mordecai in some content, and she's really easy. She could be way, way tankier than he can. Probably not next. By the end of this month, I'll probably end up with somewhere along the lines of 8 6-star champions. And my guess is it's going to be the 6 that I've got here. So Mordecai will go to 6, and then it'll be Ugo and Selenia. And then the only thing that I'm lacking is a really strong decrease turn meter champion. And if I wanted to, I could go and build an Armiger. There is Renegade sitting here. She's also pretty interesting. You mix a Renegade into a Hydra team with Archer who's not booked, and that's helpful. That's helpful. Allows you to get, come back around to that Provoke more often. If I wanted to go Wizgar because I wanted to push Fire Knight really hard, I could. But I don't care about Savage Gear. Right? I've got Rathalos as my major damage dealer. He ignores defense anyway. So Savage isn't great for him. And then the rest of my team is really tanky. Right? I'm more about wearing down the content, not overpowering it. Savage is a late game set. Like, I'm not interested in Savage that much, right? I've got a decent Savage set on Phoenix. No, I don't. Dathi? I thought somebody had a Savage set. I think Phoenix did have it, and I pulled it off him, and I got him into this set. So I think I have like one decent 4-star Savage set. I don't even use it, right? Like, I swapped him back into Lifesteal with Perception because I'm using him more as a debuffer, and I need to keep him alive. And then I decided not to build him for Ice Golem anyway. So you know, my whole point of this is what Mullet Reaver is doing is incredibly impressive. It's insanely impressive. I mean, he's been in Platinum Arena. He got to Platinum Arena in like 45 days. That's ridiculous. You know how good you have to be at this game to make Platinum ever? Ever as a free-to-play player. And he did it in 45 days on a challenge account. That's insanely good. He's an incredible player. But most of you are not going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to do that. Most of us couldn't reproduce that fact. If he laid out a step-by-step guide on how he did it, we probably would still fail to accomplish it. Like, that's how good he is. You know, it's like getting golf lessons from Tiger Woods. Like, great. I'm not you. I'm not you. Right? But I am. Like Colred is. I'm you. Everything I've done is completely repeatable. I give you my guides and I tell you exactly what I'm doing, and you go out and do them and you get the exact same results. I'm never going to be Mullet Reaver. Most of us won't be. He's stupidly good at this game. Right? I mean, he's an incredibly smart guy, clearly. I don't even know him. I've never met him. You know, but I'm not sure we can do what he does. I'm not sure he's providing as much insight in a, like, you know, an achievable model. I don't think he's an achievable model, I guess is what I'm saying. You know, my hope is that I am. You know, like I'm like the working class Mullet Reaver. I guess I don't know what to call it. You know, like I'm doing good. I appreciate that, Darn, by the way. Hey, YST is in the house. Sorry, YST, I didn't see you before. I've been on a soapbox. Angela, you were 13th. You were 13th place. Now I am in your 15th. Okay, cool. So you're doing well too. Mullet Reaver never sleeps. Yeah, you know, neither do I, by the way. Yeah, I mean, good champs are important, but there are so many good champs. It's understanding how to build a roster around your best champions. If you look at YST started with Miscreated Monster, and he's used Miscreated Monster as a cornerstone of his roster. The other champions he's chosen to 6-star, right, were chosen because he had Rathalos and Miscreated Monster. His roster, his choices would be different than mine because I started with Rathalos and Mordecai. I didn't have that tank. I didn't have that AoE stun. I didn't have that self-sustaining, like, frontliner. You know, I didn't have the ally protect. So I had to make different choices than YST did. But if you look at both rosters, they've both been built around the early champions that you've had, you know, that each roster has had. Stark says, but arguably he can do what he's doing now with 6 or 7. Potentially. You're right. I don't know for sure. I'm not saying that he's getting all of his progress out of those 11 champions. I'm simply saying you don't need 11 champions to get progress. So maybe that's what he was doing. In order to get Arbiter, he had to build those. And it's impressive that he got Arbiter that fast as well. I mean, I've never gotten Arbiter in like under 140 days, and he did it in like 40 days, you know, so it's stupidly fast. It's really fast. Hey, Sebastian. Defloat, reaching plat is pretty easy. If you snipe one-man defenses right after reset, you can do it. Reach plat in 30 days free to play that way. It has nothing to do with being good. It does have to do with being good. It absolutely does have to be doing with being good. I've never reached plat in that time frame. And you can say all you have to do is snipe one-man defenses. I've had days where I've refreshed, let's say, twice an hour. Now, I'm not super religious about it, but let's say I've refreshed twice an hour for 8 hours and found like 5 fights. You know, it's hard to do. Yeah, the day after reset is better. And you have to race it, and you have to know that the day after reset is better, and you have to race it, and you have to be really committed to it, and you have to do it week after week, and you have to have a team that, like, on defense won't just lose massive points as people level up. You have to have enough of a good defense that the activity on offense outweighs your losses. And again, you know, there is a limit to the number of times you can lose. But, you know, people keep saying that, like, it's just activity. It's not. It's not just activity. And it is a really high level of activity. And both of those things are skills. You know, it's like being disciplined about the constant reset, knowing exactly how to build a team that can be, you know, good on defense. Like all it's more than that. Jake P, I'm Colred. I'm Colred. No, I'm Colred. You're all Colred. Colred is all of us. Just pull the second Godseeker. Any reason to build 2 or just Faction Garden? If you wanted to dedicate 1 to Sand Devils Necropolis and then have 1 for other content, that would be the reason to build the second. If Mullet Reaver is Tiger Woods, you're on a course drinking beers with your friends. Exactly. Got Geo recently, and I want to get him in my Demon Lord team, but I also have a Venus there. Do you think letting only Geo throw burns is the way to go? It's his reflect damage that does the most damage. So if you're on an unkillable team, if you can get 50 turns for Geo, in most cases, at the very least, you've got a 2-key. I've never seen like a really... I've never seen a speed-tuned Geo comp that didn't get a 2-key on Nightmare once it's actually unkillable. Like, I've never seen that. So if you have a Geo comp that's not getting 2 keys, it's probably because you're only getting like 35 turns or something out of it. You know, but if you're getting 50 turns out of Geo, you're getting a 2-key. So unless you're already getting a 2-key, he would be an upgrade. If you are getting a 2-key, he's not going to turn it into a 1-key by himself. No, I don't think him just getting reflect and throwing burns is enough. But if it's a Demitha 3-1, it might be, you know, with all the extra procs, it might be. You might need to like put some toxic gear on some people, but you could eke out a 1-key with Geo being your primary damage dealer if it's a Demitha 3-1, yes. Yeah, and Mike, then you're right. It's one thing to just get into plat once, and it's another thing to end a day there. I don't know about Noct, buddy. I don't know. I wish I could tell you, Leo. I know Godseeker is really solid. Is it too early for me to build Oella now? I'm just a month into this game. No, Oella is she's a great progression champion. I'm going to see if I can get YST back in the channel. Oh, you're here. Great. You're just hanging out. Yeah, why don't you give me, like, YST, I'm curious about your impression overall of, like, the leaderboard. Like, what do you think it is that is allowing some players to outscore others? Do you think they're going after the soft points? Do you think there's a particular benefit to a strategy? I mean, you're high in the standings, right? You're pretty high in the standings, and you've been towards the top of the standings. But like looking at, you know, the individual leaderboards, you can see the difference, how some people are clearly going for leaderboards and other people are not. And that's not always leading to like success overall. What do you think, like our team success? We're in first place now. Where do you think the team success is coming from? And what do you think in terms of like the individual approaches? I mean, if you want to jump into voice, by the way, you can come over here if you would rather get on screen. Dave the Pigeon, I do have a tip for Iron Twins. Put a slow on the team. Make sure that you can slow down the boss. It just makes life so much easier. And if you don't have a slow, it's harder. So whatever team you're using, have at least one champion that has a consistent slow for the affinity that you're going up against. Okay, yeah. Is 30 voids going to be enough for the champion chase you're talking about? Or are you going to need to pull other shards? 30, I think 30 voids should be enough. I think void shards are like 120 points each. And we'll probably have somewhere around 3,600 points for the fragments, is my guess. So if you're doing the champion chase, I think you have exactly the right amount. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. It's a champion chase. It's not the shards points. So yeah, then it just becomes a matter of RNG. Like what champions do you pull? So let's see. A void rare is 50 points. A void epic is 350 points, and a void legendary is 650 points. So let's say you don't hit a void legendary on a 2x event. If we get a 2x event, you would be looking at 4 or 5 epics. Call it 4 just to be conservative. 4 epics would be 1,000 points. And then how many shards do you have? You said 30. So that'd be 26 void rares. That is 1,300 points. That would be 2,300 points. So your basement is 2,300 points, which is a little bit low. But if you get a little bit better return on your epics, or you hit a void legendary, then you should probably be pretty close. And then you can always pull mystery shards for the rest of them, right? Because even regular rares are going to be 10 points and everything else is 1 point. So you could probably pull like 500 mystery shards and get yourself over the hump. Let me see if I can get YST in a call here. Yeah, Icky Ray, I'm thinking that too. So we are going to have the points from the fusion epic. So this guy, Kafru, you can summon him, right? You can summon him from fragments, and that's going to get you 350 points. I'm sorry, it's 350 points for a void epic, not 250. So that adds 400 points to your basement. Sorry. So do I think Duchess or Newt would be better for clan boss? Both of them. Both of them are great for clan boss. So if you look at Duchess, if you have a killable clan boss team, Duchess is nearly perfect. She's nearly perfect. So first thing is you get a speed lead, right? So you don't have to worry about bringing in another speed lead. You just have the speed aura right there, 19%. Really nice. Okay. Now the A1 is fine because this is going to help your nuker survive a little bit. A1's fine. A2 is really nice. You have a block debuff buff and an increased attack buff on all allies for 2 turns, and then you get a perfect veil on all allies except Duchess. Now, a couple of things to remember. Like, you can use the block debuffs at the right time because it's up for 2 turns. You can block the slow from the Spirit Affinity boss and still block the stun from every affinity boss, which means you can go full auto, full affinity friendly with this champion. In addition, it gives you an increased attack buff for 2 turns, which means your attack-based nukers, if you have any, are going to do extra damage, so that's great. In addition to that, Perfect Veil is like a small strengthen. It gives you a 15% damage mitigation. So again, if you put this up at the right time, say at the bottom of the second column of attack, so the AoE 2 right before the boss does his second AoE, you're going to block the slow, still block the stun on the next turn, reduce the amount of damage you take because of the Perfect Veil, and then you're going to increase the attack on your champions who have attack as their multipliers, as their stat multiplier, and do more damage there. Literally, this is a near perfect clan boss skill. Okay. The revive, we don't care about that much, although it does place a veil out there, so you can use it for this, and the continuous heals to get a little bit of healing. You don't care about the revive part, but the other parts are good. And then you have the passive. Decreases the damage taken by all allies from AoE attacks by 25%. This is 15% from bosses. This is a second small strengthen, right? Reduces the damage taken by the AoEs by 15%. So the AoE 1 and the AoE 2 will each be reduced for nothing except her presence. Like, you don't need to put her in any gear. She doesn't need any kind of books. It doesn't even matter. Like, just her existence in your team gives you 15% less damage. So when you have the Perfect Veil up and you have the passive, you're talking about massive mitigations here, right? Plus the block debuffs, plus the heals, plus the speed. She's perfect. She's really close to perfect. She doesn't bring any debuffs, right? She doesn't bring a decreased defense or a weaken or a poison or an HP burn or poison sensitivity. But who cares? You'll get that elsewhere. So in terms of keeping your team alive, she's one of the best champions in the game for a killable clan boss composition, right? She really is. You mix in an ally protector with Duchess, your team is going to live a really long time. Okay, now let's look at Newt. Okay, so what does Newt bring? Well, first of all, he's defensive based. So he synergizes really well with Duchess. She reduces damage coming in. He is defensive based, so he's going to be tanky anyway. So he's not going to take as much damage. He's going to live a really long time. Now, his A1 isn't particularly useful in this fight, but it hits decently hard. The A2 is a decreased attack. Again, going to reduce the clan boss's damage. Puts a weaken out there, increases the damage you do. Places a counter attack, increases the damage you do. So crazy good skill here, right? Like, super good skill here. Is going to allow everybody to do more damage on your team and allows everybody to live a longer time. Now you've got the A3. Destroys the target's defense. Everybody's going to do more damage. Hits really, really hard because it's an enemy max HP hit. Also heals this champion by 30% of the damage dealt. He's just going to heal himself back up to full every time. So these two champions are the cornerstone of a great killable composition. You really, you could almost mix any 3 champions in and have a good composition. The only thing you're really missing is you're missing a decreased defense. You're missing a decreased defense. You could also get an ally protect or an increased defense. Those would both be really good. So if you have an ally protector who has increased defense, and there are several of them, one of the free ones is Kira. You can actually fuse her, right? Ally protection with increased defense. She also has a decreased attack on her A1. That'll give you more coverage, right? Because you'll have 2 decreased attacks. Having an A1 decreased attack is always good. Unfortunately, she's the same affinity as Newt, so it might be better if you could find another decreased attack champion who wasn't the same affinity. This decreases the duration of enemy buffs. Clan boss gets an increased attack. By reducing that duration, you're increasing your survivability. Whenever an ally is attacked, places a decreased attack buff on the attacker. Those 3 champions would be crazy strong together. Even in a 1-to-1 speed tune. or a 4-3 speed tune. You know, so the question is, which one is better, Duchess or Newt? If I had to pick one, I would pick Newt. I would rather have Newt than Duchess because I can find champions that give me similar things to Duchess, but Newt is really hard to replace unless you have a Krizia. Or maybe Ninja. There's really no way to replace Newt. You know, I know Harima has the Destroy. I know Whisper is Ignore Defense. So those are two other champions that kind of come to mind. But really, Newt's the best one for the job, other than maybe a Krizia. So you want them both. You want them both the 6-star. You want them both the 6-star soon. You want them both fully booked, masteried, and geared out. And they should be the focus of basically your entire account. Like, we were just talking about building a roster around a champion. Take these two champions, build a roster around those two champions. They're both top 5 non-void legendaries in the game. Hands down. Hands down. You could make an argument for either one that it's the best non-void legendary in the game. You could make an argument for Duchess. You can make an argument for Newt that it's the #1 non-void legendary in the game. I think there are only a few other champions who even enter that discussion. So that is your roster. That is the core of your roster. You know, maybe get a cleanser if you want, because the block debuffs isn't always perfect, right? She doesn't have a cleanse. Duchess doesn't have a cleanse. Maybe get somebody in a different affinity, right, to land debuffs or something. If you want to, you know, a drop defense champion, get that ally protector. Maybe get a poisoner or an HP burner if you want to supplement the damage. But yeah, you really have a lot of choices once you have those two champions. Does Geo work with a block damage unkillable clan boss team, or does it reflect damage not work because the damage is blocked? So there are two components, from what I understand. Now, somebody can confirm this in chat because I don't actually have a Geo, but from what I understand, if you look at the passive, maybe YST will know the answer. Whenever this champion is attacked, deflects 30% of the damage instead. When deflecting damage on each enemy hit, has a 30% chance of dealing additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. So you have two sources of damage here. One is 30% of the damage you take is deflected back. The second part is this chance of dealing additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. Now, if you deflect 0 damage, that still counts as a deflection. Like, the 0 will pop up over the boss's head. And when you've deflected damage on each enemy hit, even if it's 0 damage, you still have the 30% chance of dealing the additional damage equal to 3% of the target's max HP. This is the much larger portion of the damage. So even in a block damage team, my understanding, and again, chat can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you'll still get these 3% procs. And that's really what you want. That's where most of the damage comes from. So yes, he works in a block damage comp. I don't have a Geo, somebody should have said. Yeah, somebody has said many times. But I don't have a Geo. Duchess and Corvus is like my dream pairing. Why do you think I want Duchess so badly? I love Corvus. I want them together. You're talking about 40% damage mitigation from two champions. Passives. That's stupidly good.
Yo, how's it going?
YST in the house. Good to have you, Cap. I'm doing all right. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Wait, I can hear myself back. Wait, am I watching a YouTube stream? Oh, there we go. Let me mute that.
Yeah. Can everybody hear YST? You're pretty quiet in my ears. I've got you cranked up. I want to just make sure. Everybody hear YST?
I could maybe get my settings up on my side as well. Let me see.
Maybe a little bit would help.
Is that better?
a little bit better for me. I'm just
I
trying
can
to check
go.
in with the viewers. Can everybody hear YST?
So right now, that's basically at 80% for input volume. It should be better.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Another thing is
Yeah.
I just can't scream because I've just put the kids to bed, so I'm just
Yeah,
trying to be
no
a
worries.
little bit quiet.
Okay. Yeah, if it gets too loud, let me know. Okay. Yeah, people are liking the new graphics, son. Just want to let you know. I had a poll up here about how good the new graphics have been and transitions for the Raid Madness video. Did you check out your video, YSD? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I watched it back after you released it. I was
Yeah.
like, the editing's on point. Who does it? Is it Sun?
Son does the editing, yeah. So we work up some of the art assets together, but he does all the transitions and stuff. That's all him. So yeah, he's been killing it. And I've been enjoying it.
It just looks like so much time goes into it. I'm just because obviously I edit my own videos, so I know how long that would take. Having all the because you have to create all the images as well, right? Like the split
Yeah.
screens of the verses and.
Yeah, we did all those, and honestly, I mean, the very first video was the HH video, and I think he probably spent what would you say? It was like almost an 8-hour edit, I think, for that one because he was creating all the assets.
Oh man.
Yeah, but each one after that came faster, and then for the last one, I helped him create all the art assets. So we were kind of splitting up the job, and that made it a lot faster. Because early on, I was so busy with all the bracket stuff that I couldn't lend a hand there. But then, like the actual creating the split screen assets was like he created the artwork for it, and then we just had to take the screenshots and change the flags and stuff, and like that's a job that a monkey can do, so I did it. It's like I can do that part, and we work in this program called GIMP, which is graphical image manipulation program or something like that. It's like a free version of Photoshop, and so I know that a little bit, and so once we kind of worked it all out and ironed it out, it was a lot faster. So I think if we did something like this in the future, it would be quicker.
Yeah, it seems worth it. Like a lot of your viewers are commenting, engaging, really involved in it, right? How was the polling? Not polling. Did a lot of people do their own brackets yet, or?
Surprisingly few. It's so we just were talking about it earlier in the live stream, and we're up to about 220 brackets, I think now. We had a lot of views. I think the 4 content creator collaborations had a total of about 12,000 views or so, which is a lot for my channel for 4 videos. Like a good video does 3K. And so that felt like a lot of viewers and a lot of excitement. But I think partially because I have a widely international audience, they didn't understand the American bracket system all that well. And so I think some people have
when we was doing the collab as well. Remember at the start, even I didn't know what.
Right.
I was like, what is this? But I got the gist of it after like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so you filled out your bracket, and when you were filling out your bracket, did you find it easy to understand?
Yeah, it was easy to understand. It was just the hardest thing that I've had to do. I took it so serious. Like usually, because you have that reset button, right? Where you can go back and start again.
Right.
And I clicked it about 4 or 5 times. Like I got all the way towards the end and I was like, do you know what? I can't do that. And I had to go back.
Yeah. Yeah, let me pull it up here. Yeah, people could check it out. So yeah, when you do this, and you go to the vote, right? You get the whole choose this or that champion. And so you go through this whole process, but you have this little start over button. And like, as soon as you I don't know YST if this was your experience, but as soon as you fill out the bracket, the doubt instantly creeps in and you're like, wait, what did I do? What did I do? Did I do something wrong? I did something wrong, and then you want to go back and do it over
I
again.
think the hardest part is like, I'm not sure if you're aware, I do something on my channel called Rave Do Rather Sundays, where I basically match up. It's actually a very similar format, I guess. I'll kind of match up 2 champions of similar skills and ask my viewers, who would you rather have, in a sense. So like my last one was Duchess versus Firo the Barkhorn. Who would you rather bring into Hydra, right?
Gotcha.
Because there's similarities. I think with this one, the toughest part was it could be 2 completely different champions, like you just had with Umbral and Godseeker. And then you're like, well, if it's for Hydra, I might want an Umbral for block buffs, but then Godseeker could do X, Y, and Z. And that's what made it a lot tougher than something like that. But
yeah, it's tough, but like I think the process is both interesting and fun. I mean, it is hard, but simultaneously, it's low impact. Like if you make the wrong call, all right, it's not the worst thing in the world. The voting public is going to probably like go against your votes anyway. Like I'm sure, like I know I made some calls that people are going to think are silly, and I feel are good calls. And I'll just share one with you, which I think people are going to look at and say, I'm not sure you made the right call here. But so I actually had Venom Mage matching up with Geomancer in the third round. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I got Geo to Venom Mage, and I was looking at those two champions, and I know that if that matchup comes out, the voting public's going to choose Geomancer.
100%. Yeah.
And I'm looking at that matchup, and I'm like, where do I use Venom Mage? And I'm like, well, Venom Mage was the first solo champion I built on my account. So she's a solo for Dragon and a solo for Ice Golem. Does a great job there. You can use her in Clan Boss in a killable team. You can use her in Clan Boss in an unkillable team. Right? She can solo Scarab Boss. She can solo like waves. I have her. She's now an Amius solution. So if Amius matters to you, she's a solution there. You can use her almost everywhere. She's incredibly versatile, and she's usable by herself. You don't need anything to empower her. You don't need a whole team around her to make her good. And now I don't have Geo on my account, but I'm looking at Geo and I think about the solutions people use for Geo, and I'm like, I don't need him anywhere. There's not one place where I don't already have a good solution where Geo would actually improve my solution. And I know that that's rare. I know that that's not the normal experience. And this is why I know people are going to pick Geo. But so I picked Venom Mage because for me, Venom Mage has been the much, much more valuable champion. Now, if you're looking at it from like an end game position, maybe Geo is better because he saves you more time. And if you look at it from a early game standpoint, maybe you just like getting Geo on your account because now you don't have to worry about it. Now you can build that roster around Geo. But if you haven't done that, like if I pulled Geo today, I'm not sure he would add any value at all to my account, and Venom Mage has provided so much. So I picked Venom Mage. I know I'm going to lose that call. But I had to do it. And I did. I sat there for like 5 minutes and I'm like, I should probably pick Geo. And then I was like, Venom Mage I love the champion. She's such a good champion.
Yeah, I like, it's all subjective. I would say early to mid game, if I was to have one, I'd probably go with the Geo personally. It's just the barrier to entry for Hydra Boss, one of the hardest pieces of content in the game. Trying to do the Iron Twins Fortress without a Geomancer is next. Even to this day, I still use Geomancer, but later on in the game, I can't remember the last time outside of Iron Twins that I used that champion. And I've built up 3 of them over the years because I used to use it for different Hydra teams, or I might need it to take down Bommel. But because we've got champions such as Nishak Vermin Lords, or in certain areas, you might not need like a Geomancer for Eternal Dragon anymore. It really just comes down to where you are. But the barrier to entry for a Geomancer is any player can understand how to build them, right? There's not any complexity to it. It's just survivability, place a burn, have some accuracy. There you go. Kill the boss. It's based on reflections, right?
Right.
So I think for progression value, I think Geomancer is definitely more flexible to unlock areas for players. Let's just say I had a Geomancer today. I would, like, you're seeing it right now reflected in the free-to-play series. The players that have a Geomancer have completed literally everything in the game because you place it on, damage reduction, reflections of burns, and it's bonkers if you don't have it.
There is value in his damage reduction. That's true.
Honestly,
Venom Mage also has a damage reduction.
I put Venom Mage and Geomancer in the same tier, like for me personally.
Yeah, I think they're close.
I was very close, yeah.
I think they're close. But yeah, tell me, was there a pick like that you had where you went one way where you suspect most people are going to disagree with you?
The Maneater Dark Kale.
Oh, did you call Dark Kale over Maneater?
I went with Dark Kale over Maneater, yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
It's like we spoke about this a little bit behind the scenes, right? It's how can I break this down? Like Dark Kale is his passive is so good. Like that decreased crit rate is so powerful, and there's not a bunch of epics in the game that can do that. Just to decrease crit rate in that manner by having something you want anyway.
Yeah.
We've got detonations of poisons. We've got buff extensions for poison explosion teams. He's just a very versatile, great poisoner. Like Man-Eater's very good, like turn meter reduction for wherever that may be. You know, you can steal it from the Spider, or you can steal it from the Dark Fae. So it does have value outside of just Clan Boss.
Right.
But one thing that I've noticed anyway on my free-to-play account is if I don't have a Painkeeper, if I don't have another Man-Eater, I cannot go unkillable, and he's just a sitting duck unless I want to reduce some turn meter, right? Whereas someone like Dark Kalis, you pull him, you don't need anyone to enable his kit. Like it's very similar to like the Sage situation, right? You need decreased defense and weaken, you need multiple buffs, you need reset champions for waves. It's not just plug and go like someone like a Dark Kail. So that's why I kind of thought for what you was doing from a free-to-play standpoint, I think Dark Kail has a lot more value compared to Man-Eater. But if you've got two Man-Eaters, like if you had that poll and said 2 Man-Eaters or Dark Kail, then I'd go for the Man-Eater, pretty much.
See, it's funny because we've been having this discussion in our team chat, and I'm in the Man-Eater camp, and you are not. You know, you don't think he provides as much value. Now, the reason that I think he's so good is because I actually built him relatively early on my main account. He was like maybe, I want to say like, he was in my first 6 epics, I think. And I built him with the intention of doing the budget Man-Eater unkillable Clan Boss speed tune. And in fact, I built it and my damage went down on Clan Boss. Because my other champions were so powerful that even untuned, they just did more damage than that particular speed tune. And so then I was stuck with a 6-star Man-Eater. And I was like, what am I doing with this guy? Like, and I just started throwing him in places. And I threw him everywhere. And he's good everywhere. He's good. First of all, he hits really hard. You know, I had him built for damage, so he hits really hard. He has an AoE decrease attack on the A1, which is good in every fight, whether it's wave content or boss fights. Got 100% turn meter steal, and it's a steal, so he almost always goes really quickly right again after that. You've got a block debuffs. You don't, like, if you took the unkillable out of his kit, he would still be an incredibly useful champion.
It's very useful, but the cooldowns are way too long for an average player. Like circling round to a 5-turn cooldown is...
That's true.
It's just not... It's a very good one-trick pony. Like I mentioned before, if you're going into the finite progressing and you need to reduce a turn meter once, it's great. But if I was looking for that role, and if you put Skimfoss up against Man-Eater, I am choosing Skimfoss any day of the week over him for general control, because you're getting decreased speed, you're getting AoE potential for damage, you're also getting a turn meter steal, and he just hits a lot harder for something like the Dark Fae. So there is other champions that can do these roles from the same category, being a Void Epic. So that's where, when I was speaking about it to you in the chat, it's like, I'd rather have a Skimfoss over a Man-Eater for those roles because of that fact. But Man-Eater is still very good, but the cooldowns are way too long, man, for like general PvE.
Well, the cooldown on his steal is 3 turns.
Yeah.
Which is the same as Skimfoss' 3 turns as well?
Yeah, but he also transfers all debuffs from himself to a target in the same skill.
Right, but all I'm saying is, like, if you're not using him for the unkillable buff, right? Like, so this skill is on a 3-turn cooldown, and you have the potential to steal 100% of the turn meter, making it a 2-turn cooldown. That would likewise make the block debuffs go from a 5-turn cooldown to basically a 4-turn cooldown, because you're going back to
that's
back.
If you can. That depends on where you are in the game, though, because once you start passing stage 20 dungeons, you can't steal 100% anymore. It goes down to 50%.
Yeah, absolutely, that's fair.
So then you're still practically still on a 5-turn cooldown if you're trying to progress anywhere in the game. But I would say, like, I'm just looking at them again, like.
I mean, Skimfoss is also a great champion. I like Skimfoss. I've built him before, and the A1 is really nice as well, because it's a double hitter that has a chance of landing a decreased speed and reducing target's turn meter. It's only 10%, but sometimes that 10% is critical. The turn meter steal is also on a 3-turn cooldown. And then he does have an AoE on his A2 that places a decreased attack.
So when you're facing the Dark Fae, right, as an opening phase, you can go opener with that ability, kill your mirror
Yeah.
copies, lead into the turn meter steel in relentless gear, and just cycle the heck out of it. And he can be as good as an Allure. I've actually got a video on the channel with no Allure, Skim for solo, floor 120 of the Hard Doom Tower. It's pretty bonkers what that champion can do. I think he's one of the most underrated champions in this game. And
I
even
agree.
base speed wise, it's not too bad as well.
Yeah, his base speed is 102, which is a little bit faster. I mean, I think, one of the differences between the two is that Maneater is HP based, so he's easier to keep alive. I like Skimfos a lot, but he's very squishy. And the goal with, him in terms of like shooting back debuffs, that can be tricky because of like not only the timing of it, but the fact that he's so squishy. However, if you're building him like an Allure, like you said, I could actually see that working really well, because you're basically doing it on a 2-turn cooldown and it's 100%, because it's, and then if you have them in Relentless, it's just, you just cycle really fast. That sounds great to me.
It's bonkers, yeah.
Yeah, I built him last year in the free-to-play challenge and got a lot of value out of him. But I did find that in longer fights and certain boss fights, he was squishier, and Maneater would be easier to keep alive.
I just don't know. What would you do in my situation? Because right now, right, I've invested 4 books into Maneater. 2's gone into the A1, 2's gone into the A2, no cooldowns, and it's like we've got 30 days left for this challenge, and I can sit there and spend 30 days trying to book up Maneater and just not get that unkillable. Do you know what I mean? It's just the RNG of it. He eats like a library. Like, how many books is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 books.
It's not that bad. My
it's not that bad,
Sanguinian needs like 16. Melda needs like 16.
No, but if you put that in comparison to like the value that you're getting out of those books, is just damage. You know what I mean? On the A1 and A2, you could be sitting investing nearly 10 books to get some damage and never hit that cooldown without going the full way. And that's kind of the route that I'm on at the moment. And I can book up someone else that might give more value in this 30 days. I'm just thinking, is it worth the investment anymore?
I mean, I have the books. If I pulled Maneater, I could have them fully booked today because I've held 12 books. But but yeah, I mean, you have 4 damage books in the A1 and then 4 damage books in the A2 before you hit the cooldown. Now, if you get really lucky and you just want to book his A3 down to 5 turns, you could do that in 2 books, but you haven't gotten lucky. So what would I do if I were you? It's like, well, what's the pivot? First of all, how many books do you have into Maneater right now?
I've got 4, 2 in the A1, 2 in the A2.
Okay, so worst case scenario, you need 5 books to get to the cooldown. Best case scenario is 3 books on the A2. And then you have, whatever. Okay, so, and then who's the pivot? You would pivot to what champion?
As in?
Like, if you're not going to build Maneater, who would you build instead?
I was thinking the Godseeker. The Godseeker is, I don't know what it is. I just feel like she can hit hard. Buff extension is so powerful, and it just goes straight into my team to coincide with Maneater, not Maneater, with my miscreated monster. Because all of my team, like, is cored around Maneater, weirdly, because he's a 4-turn ally protection. Bringing it into the mix could give us a full coverage of ally protection. And if I can just get 1 book into Sepulchre Sentinel as well, I can get a increased defense ally protect team with full coverage. And I feel like that route, I'm guaranteed to be able to, because I've built this team before, because I've done many teams over the years, hundreds of them. And I have built a very similar comp to this without counterattack and exceeded 20 million on Ultra Nightmare with very minuscule gear. Because we're going to have increased defense, block debuffs, consistent decreased attack, poisons, poison sensitivity, and sustain. That way, I'm kind of guaranteed Ultra Nightmare. If I'm doing Maneater, it's a gamble of pulling the champion to enable Ultra Nightmare. And, it's the gamble versus the guaranteed before the end of this series.
Well, what I guess I would say is this. Like, at this point, if Godseeker has no books in her, there are 14 book spots here, right? Versus the 11 on the Maneater, 4 of which are already filled. So 7 books gets him fully booked out. 14 books gets her fully booked out. If you get lucky and you miss entirely on the A1, you can save 6 books. You want the cooldown on the A2. In fact, you need the cooldown on the A2. You don't need the cooldowns on the A3. So if you get lucky and you miss the A3, who cares for clan boss, right? So, if you got really, really lucky with the books, it would potentially save you some books. I think Aniri is usable in a lot of places just as a sustain champion, so she can help you in dungeons. You could definitely throw her in there. I like Godseeker Aniri. I think she would enable you to potentially break open Sand Devil's Necropolis with really any DPS, right? Like you could
I'm
literally
just thinking,
have
even at A3, right? If I could just keep her alive, and let's just say all my champions died, if I can just whip back Rathalos Blade Master and nuke somebody, it'll be bonk. I think it'll be crazy. Even in Bommel, right? Do you know when everyone dies? If I just build Godseeker in some kind of high resistance and base her placement, do you know the way that you can place the champions on who revives with the fatal hit stuff with the passive? Like I can bring her alive and then revive the Rathalos again and then beat Bommel and finish off this rotation. She could be a very good investment, man.
I agree. I think she's a great champion. I think she's a great investment, and I think she would be really good for your team composition. It feels like your focus is clan boss, right? Getting to that Ultra Nightmare clan boss before the end of the challenge. My focus is not. So I think from an all-around standpoint, they're pretty even, and it really depends on what you have on your roster. Where is your sustain coming from in your roster? Like who's providing the heals or the clan? Is it just Doom Priest or is there somebody else?
No, it's just Man-Eater. He heals himself, keeps everyone alive.
Miscreated Monster, you mean?
Yeah, Miscreated Monster. I keep getting mixed up.
Yeah. So Miscreated Monster is sort of the key component of your roster, and he heals himself, and he gives a continuous heal. Is that what he gives for everybody?
No, I think he just puts ally protection.
It's just the ally protection.
Yeah.
And a shield. I mean, he has a shield for everybody.
Yeah.
He places a continuous heal just on himself. Okay. Not on everybody. And then he's got the fears, so yeah, he's great for protection. So you pair him with Godseeker, nobody's going to die.
Then I'm enabling, because I've got a 4-turn cooldown on him. He's fully booked. And with Godseeker, I can extend that to keep me full coverage in clan boss, so nothing falls off.
But again, the only way you get full coverage is if she gets her A3 book or her A2 book. You have to get the cooldown.
This is where it's like, who do I book, the Godseeker or the Man-Eater? This is where I'm kind of stuck right now.
So what I would say is, the Godseeker is a little bit more of a gamble book-wise, because if you're going to struggle for books, then she's a big investment. You could potentially have to go to 14 books to get that cooldown. The best case scenario is you do it in 5. The worst case scenario is you do it in 14. For Man-Eater, your best case scenario is you get all the books that you need in 5. And then the worst case scenario is you need 7. So like it's less variation. But then maybe is he not as valuable overall as Godseeker? And I think one of the things you could consider is, let's say you camped Man-Eater right here, wherever he is, and you just used him that way versus improving him. How much of the value would you get out of him? And then if you just ran Godseeker up to 6 stars, but didn't book her at all, how much of the value would you get out of her versus booking her? So that's another thing to consider. I think she's pretty good unbooked, but she's not going to solve your clan boss issue. So if you want to use her in general content, you don't need a booker. If you want to use her in clan boss, I think you have to. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think, like, is Man-Eater just 50 now, or is he at 6 stars already?
He's 50.
And so is Godseeker?
Yep. It's between him. This is where it's like the two routes thing, because my next decision will lead me to the final 30 days of this series.
Right.
So if I choose Man-Eater or Godseeker, those two paths that's where I'm going. And I have to go all in at that point. So I've just kind of been waiting.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to, do you have another champion in your roster you're thinking about building and like the synergies would matter?
No, all my other champs are like crappy, man.
Yeah, so I don't want to like give you a biased opinion. Like I'm clearly already in the Man-Eater camp. I do really like Godseeker, and I think she's a better all-around champion than some people give her credit for. Most people think she's a little bit of a specialist. I'm like, I don't. Buff extension is a really useful skill, and heals are always good. So if you don't have your reviver sorted and you're looking for a really good all-around reviver, like when you think about how good Rector Drath is, and she's only a single target revive, and she's, a healer, it's like, why would Godseeker not be at least as good as Rector Drath? I think she is. She doesn't have the decrease attack, but that buff extension is arguably more powerful. So, and then the passive revive is crazy good. So I think Godseeker is better than Rector Drath. And if you had a Rector Drath, I would tell you to build her right away. I would say that's a champion that leaps to the head of the pack if you don't have your reviver and sustain sorted. So Godseeker feels really good. The biggest hesitation I have is the 14 books. Like, I have Melga on my account, right? She's my reviver. By the way, she's very good. She's better than I thought she was. She is actually really good.
Do you know what another issue is? Another issue is our clan isn't currently taking down Nightmare Clan Boss. And I know that some people in some of the other teams have moved clans to get double chests on everything.
Oh, right, because you could move clans after the first 30 days. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, so as I'm like, for the community feel, I've just been staying in this clan, right? It's what we've been in from the start. But I feel like to make any kind of progress, because I could potentially be missing out on it could be 10 books, it could be 15 books. You never know with RNG, right? Right. And we can go the next 30 days without ever taking down Nightmare Clan Boss. Yeah. And I could be stuck there hitting a one chest a day, and I'm having to invest all of my keys into it. And it's not efficient right now, because I'm pretty sure some of the other top hitters they've moved clans, they're getting double chests and getting double rewards every day, and that's better gear, more books, and that's how they're flying so quickly with progression. And then on top of that, they're probably getting better clan quests, right? They're probably at a higher level, getting better rewards and stuff. So all these things do add up over time.
Yeah, just getting access to revenge accessories and stuff can be huge. Now we actually have it now, but I think we do.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just double check. Yeah, I bought my 10 this week already. No. So, yeah, you're right. The double chest actually matters. I forgot that we could change clans. We could actually leave the clan if we wanted to after the first 30 days. I'm not clearing Nightmare yet. I'm still on Brutal. So I'm kind of not in the same situation. But like I was saying, I think, the hesitation being the 14 books, and you're right. Like, okay, so if you solve the clan boss issue at Nightmare and you move clans, that's going to open up more books. But can you solve the issue with her not yet fully booked? Is it worth the gamble to just try to get the books into that A2 and hope you land on it, solve it, and then get access to more books? That's a tricky one, man. I don't know. I do think the good news for you is that from this standpoint, at least with the information that we have, there's no bad choice. You've got two really good choices. So, this is, if I had to put on my takeover cap and it was like, all right, I'm taking over YST's account. If you were, doing a takeover Tuesday on my stream, I would say they're both good choices. Make a choice, commit to the choice, and know that that's going to have repercussions later on, but don't look backwards. You know what I mean? That's fine. If you solve the Godseeker, if you do the Godseeker and Eerie thing and that solves Clan Boss for you and you get more books, you can always then go build Maneater. Do you know what I mean? It's not like he doesn't get the potential to still help your account. So I would say, don't drive yourself nuts. Of course, you like me, you probably reset your bracket 15 times. So we drive ourselves nuts with these accounts. But ultimately, it's two really good choices. So either one is going to improve your account.
Mm.
Is that helpful? Or YST's like, dude, I came for some help and you gave me no help at all.
This is, I don't know, man. It's a sticky one.
You know what's really funny to me, YST, is we've been talking the whole time. And obviously I know you from your content, and you've been getting to know me through this event, But early on, we had the debate about what starter code should we pick? And I was like Deacon, and then I got convinced into Mordecai, and you were like, yeah, I'm going to go miscreated monster. And I was like, oh, okay. And then you did that and it's worked. Yeah. And then later on, we were talking about champions to 6-star. And I was like, Doom Priest works really well at 5 stars. You don't have to 6-star. You just build her tanky and fast, and she's going to be great. You don't need to waste that 6-star. You could go somewhere else. And you were like, no, I'm going to 6-star her. and it worked great.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about Maneater versus Godseeker, and I'm probably going to call, for Maneater, and you're probably going to go Godseeker, and it's going to work great. So, like, I guess what I'm saying is there's more than one way to build a raid account successfully. And this is something I was saying earlier in the stream. Like, honestly, as long as you have a concept and a vision of what you're trying to accomplish, rather than just randomly 6-starring people, you're going to be moving in the right direction. And you and I clearly have different, tastes in the champions that we build. We have different preferences, but we're both doing well in the challenge. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're both really doing well in the challenge. The team is in first place. You and I are both in like the top 12 or something. So yeah, we're doing great.
So where have you got a lot of your points from? Like, you skyrocketed to like 500 plus. Where did you get that from? Do you know?
Yeah, everywhere. I've gotten 10 points here, 10 points there, 20 points here, 20 points there. Like, I've done all of the content. I haven't really focused on any particular thing. I got some points from getting into hard mode dragon, so that helped a little bit. Completing, because I went from stage 21 to stage 4 of hard mode. So that was like over 100 points right there. I think the other places, I got some points in Sand Devils and some points in Phantom Shogun. I pushed those a little bit, and Iron Twins I pushed a little bit. So I got some points there. I got my Fire Knight up a little bit. I got my Ice Golem up to 20. Yeah, so I'm spreading out my points. I'm not concentrated in any one area. One of the things that I have done is I have left Nightmare Campaign alone. I haven't done much Nightmare Campaign at all. And I will probably focus on that the last week of the challenge, because you get 2 points per star, and when you think about that, like, if you just add that up, right? So there's 63 stars. No, how many stars are there? There's 3 stars per stage. There's 7 stages, right? So there's 21 stars available per location, and there are 12 locations, and then there are 2 points per star. So there's 504 points available in Nightmare Campaign, and I've only picked up like 40 of them or something. So that means I still have those points out there and available. And there's no points for finishing it faster. Like, there's no benefit to finishing it faster. It doesn't progress your account in any way. You don't get good gear drops. Like, you get some of the resources from the progression bar, but that's really all you get. And it's a significant investment in energy. So at the the last week, I'll just burn the last of my gems and I'll complete that. And I've got 500 points out there just waiting to get grabbed. So I'm pretty happy about that. But otherwise, like, I think most of the soft points are gone. I think I've used up most of them. There's still some in faction crypts to be gotten. Yes.
I think I've still got all of that to go.
Yeah.
I think all of my points was, I don't know, it could have been beating Doom Tower or what, I don't know, but
you've done really well in Doom Tower.
I did last rotation. Like, it was actually crazy how less people managed to pull it off in 30 days.
Yeah.
I think it was like, including, I think content creators was 0 or maybe 1 from another clan. And then the rest was just the community. And it was like 6 or 7 in total.
Yeah.
That was bonkers. But that was down to Doom Priest. Doom Priest was the key.
Yeah. But yeah, she did great for you.
This rotation, without a Geomancer, without a Vogoth, I'm pretty sure everyone this rotation that's done it with those 2 champions. Or a Rector Giraffe with high resist. And just reviving the Rathalos. Like, this is what I was thinking, the Godseeker. If I could just keep her alive, tank up the bomb hits, reset the Rathalos, and boom. Like, if you go on our clan right now, if you click on Bommel and then you go like best teams, I bet there's 0 in there.
Yeah, the Bommel at 90 is tough.
Yeah.
I have a Master Butcher. So I'm gonna try to get.
Yeah.
I only have him at 4 stars right now. He's at level 30 or 29 or something. I'm gonna try to get him up to 40 and see if he can get me through, because I got through the last Bommel at floor 50 with Master Butcher at 30, level 30, and he made it kind of trivial. I tried it a whole bunch of ways, and I forgot I had saved the Master Butcher, and then I was like, oh, I've got one. I built him at 30, put him in, and went through the first time. So my hope is that at 40 or maybe at 50, if I have to bring him to 50, I can get through that. Now, we've got 10 days left on this. If I get past him, I'm pretty confident that I can beat Scarab Boss. I'm not 100% sure about Griffin, and I think I can beat Dark Fae. So I think Griffin's going to be the next sticking point. Because it's really about how much damage can you put. Like, you're racing him, right? Like, his damage keeps going up and you're racing him. And my team is tanky and slow, so I'm not 100% sure I can beat him in time before he nukes me out. But if I can get past this Bommel, I think I got about a 50% chance of clearing this tower.
Yeah, you probably will. The rest is easy. It's just Bommel. And it's not even Bommel, it's the Dread Bombs. It's the countering that 40% max HP hits.
Yeah.
Is just, that's what goes wild, because you can kind of control the amount of bombs you get by just not placing any buffs, right? You just get one bomb, that's it.
Yeah.
My issue is, it's like, people have got Eagle Eye Masteries on, we're dropping down turn meters, and you'd have to sit and make the investment to re-gear these champions for one floor. And I've just been like, I'll wait for a bit. We'll do it later. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, that's the issue with my Athol. I put so the Evil Eye Mastery I put on Athol, which means that first time you hit Bommel, you get a Dread Bomb. And so I can't bring her in, and she's my weakened champion. So it's like, that would actually massively improve my ability to, like, nuke him out with Rathalos, but I can't afford to bring her in because the extra Dread Bomb is instant death. So do I want to use my free reset to take, and I knew this when I put Evil Eye on her, that this would happen. Like, do I want to take that off of her? And that means for the rest of the challenge, I won't be able to put it back on her because I'm not going to waste the gems on that, just to swap that off and on. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about that. So if I get stuck and I'm down to the last 4 days, I'll probably do it because I want to try to get the points. But for right now, I'm going to try to find a solution that doesn't require me to remastery her.
Yeah, I think Master Butcher's the way.
Yeah, and Master Butcher, like, so I have the
Do you know
books.
what else I was considering? I actually took, what's his name? I took Templar to a 5-star, and I've been considering to just solo it with him. But I don't know if I got the sustain for it, because you could just solo on normal, it should be a breeze, right? Affinity. I just don't know if I need a 6-star to like. It's a sticky one.
Yeah, that's a good question, and he's farmable, so you can go and get him if you're really stuck, and right, he's farmable from campaign.
Yeah, I got him at 5-star, fully ascended, everything ready to go. But
yeah, no, I'm not saying you need to go get him. I'm saying for viewers, like, if they're trying to get through Bommels, like, you
wait,
you can
you've got Wazgar. He places freeze, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No.
Oh, I always thought that he would place. I was thinking of like a freeze strategy. If you've got a Master Butcher with a freeze champion, and then you could just take the 20% max HP Dread Bombs plus the passive Master Butcher. I think because I've got down to 1/3 of Bommel's health in the first set of rotations before the Dread Bombs explode, and I nuked him down. But I feel like you just need one reset. So you need the Dread Bombs to explode and then survive another rotation before the second Dread Bombs. And in that pocket there is where you can kill him. That's where it can be done. But without that, if you can't survive that first hit, it's just you're dead.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, how would I squeeze a freeze champion into the composition?
Yeah.
But you're right. Maybe you just go nuke. You just go full damage with a freeze champion and a Master Butcher. So it could be Rathalos.
Wait, surely,
Mordecai.
wait, hold up a second. Surely you could just solo it with Archer, no?
No.
But she's Spirit Affinity, weak hits from the boss, tank her the heck up, right? I guarantee you can survive the onslaught if you just put any kind of immortal gear on her, or like regen. It's normal clamber. It's normal bomber. Those hits are nothing.
Let's try it right now.
I think her and Rathalos together, you should be able to just wipe it clean, man. Like, you just need some good RNG, right, with Spirit Affinity and just heal by your gear set.
I mean, okay, so who do I want as my? So this is what I did before, right? This is how I did Scare Boss. So the question is, does bringing Rathalos in add much?
Yes, if you could time that skill to use the 5th usage of the A2, you will absolutely blow like half his health in one hit. If you
right, but he has to live to get 5 turns. And I don't think I get 5 turns before the dread bombs explode.
Well, look at that.
He does have an increased speed. I might be, if I open with his A3.
You don't want to do that because you're going to get stripped for like to place like 3 bombs on him.
That's right. You got to do it on the second turn. Yeah. That's right. You got to do it on the second turn. So, I mean, one of the issues is, you know, that's the same thing with Archer. She has that A1. So the problem that I found before, because I tried this, was that she gets stunned. So if I put her in higher resist, maybe if I get her in higher resist. Do you know what the resist requirement is here at this floor?
Yeah, I can tell you, one sec. For normal 90, right? What was it? Doom Tower, Bommel, normal 90. So the resist from this one is you need to be sitting somewhere between, well, for a safe amount, you need about 250 res, but you can get away with about 150 plus. Like probably about 60, 70% maths wise.
All right. So she has, I think she has like 130. And I have her in Relentless.
See right now, you've got no bombs on right now on her.
Right. She just took the hits.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, she just took the hits. I need the hex. That was silly. I need the hex out there in order to sustain, because without the hex, she doesn't heal. And see, she gets stunned, and now I don't get a heal out of her. And she's in Relentless.
No, but if you play, let's just say you switched her form from accuracy into a resistance build, because right now you're just placing debuffs everywhere. Like if you don't place, if you just mitigate the debuffs, you're not going to get all these extra bombs on yourself. Like, look at this, carry this on now. Well, I'm a bit delayed, I guess.
But do you think? I mean, don't I need the slow on her? I mean, I need her slow, and I do need the. If I don't have the hex out, she doesn't get her sustain. She doesn't sustain the team.
What do you need the decreased speed for?
For him,
the boss goes at like 150 speed on normal. He's like, you can put like any gear and you outspeed him. You don't need to place debuffs. The main thing, if you're going to place any debuff, it would be a decreased attack for the bombs. That's it. Or like a decreased accuracy if you want to resist. But you're looking pretty good right here. You might actually beat it.
Yeah, I lost track of the attack, so I don't know where the special is.
Then we go A2. Nice. I wish I could see this in real time. So that should be a smite.
It might actually, it's close. Yeah. He's got to survive the bombs.
There we go, another smite. Those blessings are huge. There we go.
No.
I can. No, but you see what I mean? Look how close you got with just 3 champions and messing around for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, you're pretty much there. Like, pretty much with those blessings. If you could just go in there with maybe a HP aura over the speed, put some res on Archer and put a Master Butcher in there for fun to survive the first Dread Bombs, you'd win that because Archer would be alive for another rotation.
All right, so you think like going with like a HP aura?
Yeah, I'd rather go HP aura, yeah, or defense.
Let's
like
bring...
See, look, you've got Melga, right? If you literally just put Melga in high res, she's not going to die for the first rotation because she's not going to take any bombs, right?
So her resistance is 170, and
so she might be fine.
Archer's resistance is 128. You know, so they both have decent resistance. Now Melga actually has resistance on her chest plate, but it's a 4-star. And she doesn't have the speed. I could actually make her tankier because I haven't taken her gear all the way up.
I say throw this one in, and I think you'll win this one.
I actually ran this team. I ran this exact team just a little while ago, but let's see. Maybe if I time it differently. And I gotta count my attacks. So let me try to count my attacks. Make sure I use the 5th attack every time with the A2. One of the issues here is that, Melga sustains through buffs, so it's like, you got to watch out for that. Oops, that was probably not necessary.
So that was the passive there.
But doesn't it reset each round?
Yeah, it'll reset you.
Okay. And this is the other thing, Mordecai. That's the problem. I can't bring the Mordecai because he decreases the turn meter.
Yeah, you can't bring him in. Yeah, just take him out. You don't need him.
Yeah, I don't think I can bring him. So let's do.
You don't want him anyway. You don't want to place burns on the dread bombs
because they tick faster. Yeah. So then the question is, do I get any value out of maybe bringing in like an apothecary? Well, who I really wanted to bring
wait a
is
second. Do you know that 5th usage of a skill? It's not a reset each round thing. It's just this every 5th usage of a skill for 200% more damage. So it could be over the course of any round. Like if you just do 3 hits in the first round, in the second round, if you do 2 hits, you would get it.
Gotcha. That's maybe why I'm messing it up, because this.
Yeah. So what I would do is I would put like a big nuke on round 1, or I'd kind of kill the first round of like whoever and just do an A1 with Rathalos. Round 2, I would go with a massive nuke of Rathalos and then A1s, and then I would time that 5th usage to do like a massive 300k hit off the like straight away. That's the way that I've been doing it.
Try to get to the 5th. Yeah. Can I get to the boss?
Another way of doing it is slow burning it. So force the passive to happen once, and then just try and do it twice before hitting the boss as well. So you could do like nine attacks. So on wave 2, just do A1s everywhere and just keep making him hit.
All right, I'm gonna.
And I'd say just bring in Aethel for the weekend, but she's got
but she's got the turn meter decrease on her.
Yeah.
What I'd love to bring Selenia, but I haven't built her yet. Selenia would be perfect. She's got so much sustain anyway,
Mm.
All right, so I got to count the Rathalos skills here. That's 1. And so now we want to try to get to the boss fight with his 5th skill. So he literally opens with the nuke. 2.
Yeah, so here you would just do A1s and hopefully not. Well, you could get an A3 in there, but.
Yeah, I'm going to try to use Archer to clear the wave. There. So this is his 4, right?
I don't know. I'm so behind.
Oh. I think we did it. I don't want to use the turn meter, but I'll use the decreased defense. Oh, I've got the big nuke. I don't know if that was the 4th one or the 5th one.
Oh, do you know what your problem is? You didn't use the A2.
The A2 wasn't available.
Yeah, you used it on the round. What you should have done on round 2 is just only A1 and keep that available.
Yeah.
Because the A2 is the one that absolutely wipes out.
All right, the leech is up. That's because
you know that A2 it ignores 100% of defense, so you want to be using that with his passive.
Yeah, that's what I want to do, but all right, so I guess I'll heal. Ooh.
We'll get a nice heal on.
Yeah, too bad. So it's the stuns. The stuns are definitely.
And this is where Doom Priest comes into life.
Yeah. But the more champions I have out there, the more chances I have to get stuns because the more bombs I have. So I
wouldn't even bring Arbiter or what's his name, Apothecary in. I'll take him out.
Yeah. So I think that I don't need Deacon either, I don't think.
Nope.
I think that potentially Melga, Archer, and Rathalos could
Why
do
don't
it.
you bring Aethel in for the waves and just don't hit the boss of Aethel's A1, just hit the dread bombs. So she could just clear the way for Rathalos so you can just save your skills.
Yeah, maybe. The issue is going to be there's going to be a time where I have to hit the boss. But
no,
yeah,
because
that might work.
She'll be dead, but she'll be dead by then.
That might work. My Athel's pretty tanky. But now I'm thinking about like maybe if do I have a resistance banner? I don't have a resistance banner. All right. Well, here's the thing. I've got like 10 minutes to do this because I've got to bring a friend to the airport and I got to leave relatively soon. So I've got like 3 shots at this. So let's go ahead and try the Athel strat. And we'll just do these 4. All right. So that was his first. Now we're just going to A1 with him. Second.
And the best case scenario, this is where Stagnite is so good, is you can actually get a decreased attack and decreased defense straight away. And then you can just go with the A2, and then it's like a massive nuke.
Yeah, but why are you telling me about champions I don't have, man?
I know, man. I'm sorry, man. I can just see it in your team. You would win because you got the star blessings. I don't have those to keep placing Brimstone.
Yeah. That was his third.
Yeah, so you can just go one more A1 and then kill the rest with someone else.
Right, so this is actually good because I can open with his A3 now, and that's going to give me the increased crit rate or crit damage.
So this was that his fourth or his fifth hit?
This is his 4th right now.
You could do that, but you're going to get stripped straight away and get like super crazy bombs on you.
Oh. You're right. And see, this is I'm gonna drop a dread bomb because I don't have the AoE nuke.
Oh, see, I would have saved like one.
Oh, it didn't decrease.
Oh, you weak hit. Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So now, let's see what happened. All right, so 3 bombs there. So now this is the big nuke, but he doesn't have any setup. So let's see how hard it hits. Didn't hit hard at all.
That wasn't the passive ability. It didn't proc. It didn't say Rathalos' masteries. Are you sure it was the 5th hit there?
That was the 5th hit, but if it resets every round, then it was his first hit. Or his second.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what happened there?
What's that?
He counterattacked and used the 5th usage of his skill with the counterattack.
Could be.
He went in with the A1. He didn't go in with the yeah.
Yeah.
You done so well on that first one. I don't know why it's looking worse now.
Well, that first one was so I've got two revenge accessories on him. I could remove those. I would lose the accuracy.
It's only a 5-10% chance. You can't just re-roll it. Like it never happened the first 3 times you did it, right?
Right. So
because you do kind of want that, like after that first initial hit, you want him to keep cycling those counters as much as possible because you're just reapplying decreased defense for bigger nukes.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. Maybe just going with the speed aura again. That could be the issue. Because you did have a good success with the speed aura, right?
So the first team was just these 3 champions, right? So I like this setup because
see, this is the thing that I'm trying to explain, right? If you've got high resistance on, let's just say your Melga and your Archer, right?
Yeah.
You're not going to be taking bombs, so you're not stunning anyone. So the only person with stun potential is Rathalos. Because there's no debuffs anywhere. And if you're resisting everything, this will just be a breeze. Like no bombs to be taken, no nothing. And they can survive 40% max HP hits, recoup with regeneration from the weak hits of the boss, and just keep reviving Rathalos over and over again. But it's just if you can keep Melga alive is the main thing, and timing that.
Yeah, I mean Melga's tanky and she's got regen, so she's gonna do good work, but All right, so that's his third attack. I'm not going to clear this in time.
Yeah, so in this case here, what I do is only A1 with all your champions,
Yeah,
maybe.
that's what I'm going to do.
Just A1. Yeah. And you could cycle round to his 9th hit and save the 10th. Because you're going to get one hit on the boss anyway, once you go in there with the A1. To be fair, it could be better like that. If you just save it for the 10th use of the skill and get the hit like that, you'd at least have decreased defense on. So that was the first Rathalos Mastery.
Yeah, I think he's...
two more. No, I'll tell you, this is the best way. Don't, because I'm a bit behind. Just let me know what you're doing exactly.
All right, so I'm at the boss now, and I'm pretty sure he's used 7 skills.
He's used 7 or 8. I counted 8, but...
You counted 8, so it could be 8.
So what I would do here is I would place the A1.
Yeah, we have to do the A1. We got the smite, which is great.
Yeah, I did it say Rathalos Mastery. Let me see what it says.
No.
Okay.
So now the question is,
skills. Yeah.
Do I place this decreased speed here from...
No, because what he's gonna do is he's gonna do 2 instances of attacks here. So he's gonna be placing the dread bombs, and then he's gonna be placing bombs on you. So that decreased speed is gonna get weared off instantly. If you want to place that, you need to place it after the first ability.
Okay, so I'm gonna get an extra, because I'm gonna place a buff on myself here then.
But you don't want to do that on the first hit. You just want to A1 or just something.
It's actually 2 buffs because I have a blood shield ring. That's unfortunate.
But if you had high res, you wouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
All right,
I
so
hate that
Melga
it's so delayed in YouTube.
So I counterattacked.
So you double smite Brock. There we go. Okay, so here, if I counted correctly, this should be it now with the A2.
This should be it, right? So we're going to do the A2.
Hopefully it's the right. Hopefully you counted it properly.
I didn't see it.
Oh, yep, you did it. How much damage was that?
That was like 180k or something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. You haven't got increased attack on, remember, as well.
Right.
So
okay,
that's
so
that's a big chunk.
Slow.
Look at its health now. Yeah. So now you can put your slow on if you want to do that.
Right. It's either the slow or the hex, because the hex sustains me. But I think we're okay because Melga's fine. So let's put the slow out there. Oh, and now we got back-to-backs. So I'm going to go ahead and put the hex out there too. Okay. And now I'm going to put the shield up for everybody. Well, no, I want to wait.
No shields yet until you...
Yeah.
Well, you got a bit of time. You could technically place a shield. He's not going to strip you yet for 3 turns.
Right. But I'm thinking the dread bombs ignore shields, right?
They ignore everything. Yeah, it's like true damage, 40% max HP.
Yeah. Oof. Why did I just get stunned off of it? The bombs went off? Okay. It's fine that she's dead. That doesn't matter. So here's the questions. Do I put the shields up before the bombs go off? Because if they ignore it, it doesn't matter. The shields are going to be up anyway, and I've got the continuous heal. Yeah, I want to do that now, I think.
If you could cycle 2 more turns, yeah. Because if you've got too many buffs, you're just going to take 4 bombs on everyone.
Yeah.
There you go. You survived it. Nice. And then now you just want to recoup your health. So you need some War Master hits here.
Yeah. I mean, Melga's doing great.
There we go. There you could survive that. And then now you don't want to place any buffs at this point. 0. Because you're about to get double hit with... So try wear all of those off as much as possible. Oh, if we had a smite there, that would have been beautiful.
Yeah.
You always want it at that moment there because he's about to do his extra attack. But you're doing good. There we go.
Well, so I've got a chance here because Rathalos still hasn't gone. So the question is simply, I guess I use the A1.
No. If you've got decreased defense on, always use the A2 just in case you've got the passive ready. because he ignores 100% defense. You want to use that as much as possible. Oh, smite, nice.
I gotta try to get the. Let's see. What's he do next? Attacks all enemies. That double stun sucks. And then a stun, and then a stun. And then he cleansed everything.
Nice.
As long as Melga's alive, I think I got a shot here.
Yep. All you need is her alive to revive Rathalos.
Is this my nuke? Do you know if this is my nuke? I think it might be.
I don't know. I would use it anyway at this point. Look how low your health is.
Oof, she lived. Yeah, of course you bring up Khatun. Damn it.
Or is it a random ally?
Yeah, it's two random allies. If she had brought up... Yeah, if she had brought up Archer, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely possible though. It's possible.
So now the question is, let's say I take this team.
Well, let's put this into perspective. What you need to deal with here for this Bommel is so much easier than what I had to deal with for Eternal. That's the upside.
That's true. And I still have the Master Butcher that I haven't put in yet. And if I can get him through another cycle.
You don't need it. You don't need it. I feel like that's a waste of investment. That run with good RNG and good Brimstone placement, I think maybe 5-10 attempts you'd win that.
Maybe.
But you just need resist. You see what I mean? If you had resistance on Melga and Archer, there will be 0 stuns because they won't take the stuns at all, and they're not going to be getting any debuffs. So you could place buffs on them, you could place heals on them, whatever you want, and they won't get stripped.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. I think I need to get the resistance on Melga, at least on Melga. If I can get the resistance on Archer, that would be good too. But all right, so I actually do. I have to take a friend to the airport, so I have to call it there. But YST, thanks for coaching me through that, because honestly, I was just gonna skip it for another day, but I think I could complete it tonight before reset when I get home.
At any time, like me and Bommel, we get along, man. I've spent too many years on strategies, so
I know you do. I've watched all your Bommel videos too. The first thing I should have done is I got YST on my team. Why don't I go talk to him? But yeah, we're gonna get it done tonight. So when I get back, you'll probably be asleep, but sometimes you're up late at night. So if you're up, I'm gonna poke you again, and we'll come in here and finish it off.
Yeah, no worries. Give me a shout.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, YSC. And thanks to everybody for coming and watching the live stream. Don't forget to fill out your brackets. We want those brackets filled out. It's not as hard as you think it is. It's not as confusing as you think it is. Even YST, he's never seen one before. He said it's not too bad. But just go ahead and fill out your brackets. I want 500 brackets. That's what I'm hoping for. I think we've got 250 now. So, but that is it for today. Thanks so much for hanging out. YST, I'll talk to you later, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. Take care. See you later, chat as well. See you guys.
All right. Y'all have a good one.